There's John trying to sign on. There's John. Call the meeting to order. May we do that? Julie? Okay.
Sure. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Cpdc meeting of Monday, February 7th. This meeting is held over Zoom only. It's being recorded and broadcast by RCTV. The way that these meetings work, typically we hear a presentation from the development team, and then the Cpdc gets a chance to ask questions, and then the chair will open it up to public comment. At that time, if you'd like to make a comment, please use the raise hand feature under reactions in Zoom. And Andrew and I will make sure that Pam knows to call on you. And when you are called on, please state your name and address for the record. At all other times, we ask you to please remain muted. Thank you.
Okay, first order of business is a 40R plan review of 531 Main Street, the Reading Chronicle. It's a 40R development. Do we have representatives here from that organization?
Thank you, Pam. We are joined with the development team, Severio Fulcinetti, the architect, Rob Paccioni, and I believe I saw the builder on as well. We're also joined with Greg Phipps and Hamid Jafari of RMLD. Just in case any questions on utilities come up, thank you to them for joining us tonight. But yes, just to reiterate, this is a plan change to what was an approved 40R, proposed plan change to the approved 40R at 531 Main Street. But I'll pass it right off to Severio and his team to summarize those changes, and I am happy to screen share the plans. Rob, if you'd like.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you so much. First of all, thank you for squeezing us in. Of course, I know this is a busy meeting, so we appreciate you guys starting a little early and squeezing us in here. In effect, basically what's happened is we've been working closely with RMLD, and we've basically found another way to get power to the lot. Of course, that's freed up some opportunity to make a small tweak to our design, improve the design, improve some outdoor space for the potential unit owners, and improve some of the aesthetics and, in my opinion, at least the massing. So I'll let Rob get into more of the details, but in effect, the net result is that we'll end up with an additional parking space, which obviously is a good thing. We're taking some cars off the street. And those end cap units will be able to feature some outdoor space. Like I mentioned, they will be a little bit, I guess, more, more favorable for the unit owner. But it's all really been in cooperation with RMLD and them helping us find a different way to get power to the site. So I'll just pass it off to Rob, and he can kind of take you through all of the details.
Excellent.
Okay.
Thank you.
So if you guys recall, in the garage plan at the garage door, going into the garage on the right side of that, we had a transformer in that location.
Right.
So we've been given the option to take that out. So what we decided to do was basically shift that garage door down a bit and create a smaller space there. And the benefit of that was we were able to get another parking space, and the egress path out of the building we made a little bit simpler. So we essentially increased the amount of parking in this garage plan.
Sorry, Rob, I don't want to interrupt you, but Andrew, do you happen to have the original plan as well? Just so maybe we can show, I think the comparison might be helpful, showing the kind of winding path that we had before versus cleaner straight out.
Yeah, so as you guys can see, we cleaned up that back side of the building quite a bit. We kind of narrowed out the trash room. We did have the building set back at this ground level due to the gas meters, but we no longer have the gas meters. So we actually pushed everything out to be at the lot line now. So that stair basically straightened out. And obviously the transformer area became much smaller. So we basically improved this back spot to make it work a little more efficiently, and we got another parking spot out of it. So Andrew, maybe if you want to shoot back to the upper floors, and I'll just show what changes we made there. So the upper floor, I mean, really the only changes we made due to that was we basically made this unit a little bit bigger. We still kept the, Andrew, you mind squeezing over a little bit more? Actually, all right, that's good, sorry. So yeah, so the balcony is remaining. We just pushed that over and made it a little larger, so it's close to the rear lot line to give them a little more space out there. And we just made the interior space that you can see those double doors, that space when you walk off the balcony into the unit. We just made that space a little bit bigger. Okay. So we made the units a little bit nicer, a little more outdoor space. And then basically, if you want to go to the plan above this, it's essentially the same. That's the roof plan, but again, the unit above it is exactly the same. So that was the major changes in the plan. And Andrew, if you want to just scoot down to the elevation of the Chapin side. Okay, so the overall design of the elevation stayed the same. You can see we have a little bit bigger balcony at the rear. We made the bump out that's above that garage at the second and third floors a little bit larger, but tried to keep a similar scale and similar design in mind. And if you want to just go down to the rear elevation, I can show you guys that as well. So again, this elevation stayed very similar. We put the decks in. We put some posts in the corner, which you can see in this elevation, but otherwise it's very, very similar to what we previously had.
Other than the windows.
Yeah, we did take the windows out. We did have some issues with the fire separation distance, which is why we took those windows out.
You're not representing that as a change, and frankly, that's a major change as far as I'm concerned. I don't want to discuss this any further because this is being represented as a minor change.
Okay, all right.
No, I mean, I don't think we should be discussing this any further because you're presenting it as a minor change, and I don't think it is. I think what you've done to this elevation is you've essentially given the neighborhood a big blank wall to look at. So while the balconies aren't the imposing piece, it's that you took out all of the glass over here and all the glass on the south side. And frankly, there are other ways to deal with fire separation. You could do a deluge system on each of those windows. You could do fire shutters. There's ways to deal with that. And I just think you've misrepresented the change here. Anybody think I'm wrong here?
No, I think you're right.
I absolutely agree with all those windows got taken out, and I'm appreciative of you catching that. I was kind of scratching my head thinking, this looks different. And that's, I think, what it is.
Yeah, and I'll add, right, I think that the setback change is not an insignificant issue either.
Yeah, I'll agree that I'm having the setback change. What is it? Well over 50%. I think that's something for abutters to weigh in on.
Yeah. So
Okay.
with all that being said, I agree with Nick that I think Nick said is that I wouldn't consider this a minor change.
I think just to weigh in, sorry, because I actually didn't even realize that there was a change to the windows until someone pointed it out today when Andrew was circulating the email. The windows going back in is not a problem, but the change in the setback, I mean, if I understand it correctly, we've moved it roughly 5 feet. The pad was 16, now it's 10. Yeah, it was just that one section of wall.
Yeah, and I guess my take on this is that, if you were to consider, I suppose one could consider, oh, it's just a few feet, but when you're changing it then by, I mean, the narrative that we have is it was 16.5 feet before, and it's being reduced to 10 feet 7 inches. And that's, I take, my perspective is it's a matter of percentage. And that's even though it's not the entire length, I suppose, it's I guess I'm a little bit confused about it, but I think the percentage of the decrease of the setback is significant enough. I'd like to get actually official abutter input on it.
Okay. Julie, is this a voting issue?
Yeah, so you need to determine whether you think that it's a minor change or a major change. And if it's a major change, then we have to schedule a public hearing and go through, the legal ad and notification to abutters.
All right. So that being said, is this a major change? And if it is so, say aye.
Aye.
That's not how we vote. Hold on.
Yeah, but do we need to have and this is what, do we need to have a motion to say that this is a major change?
No, because what's before us is the request for a minor change. And so someone has to make an affirmative motion, which I can do, for a minor change, and then you would vote against that if you don't think it's a minor change.
Ah, thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Why don't you go ahead and make that motion rather than me?
Looking for the, this is 531.
Yes.
We moved it to CPDC, vote to determine if, wait, actually, are they asking for that? I guess the decision is written as major or minor change, but still the request is for a minor change, right, Julie? 'Cause we have to schedule a meeting.
Yeah, and just to be clear, we didn't request a change for the windows. So I don't, again, I think that was a miscommunication, but we didn't have any intention of making any changes to the previous design aside from what we submitted for tonight.
See.
So that actually doesn't change my personal opinion.
I still think this is a major change. It needs to be presented to the abutters for approval, discussion, etc.
So
Nick, are you concocting a motion?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
All right.
But you have something, go ahead.
I
Well,
do not.
well, based on what's in front of us, and it seems like we're being asked to make a choice. Why don't I say that I move that the changes presented for us this evening to the 40R plan for 531 Main Street constitute a major change, and I move to reopen the hearing on it. How'd I do?
It's not a reopening.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a whole new hearing.
Okay.
Okay.
So and then move to have a hearing to review the major plan changes.
I think the motion would be something like move that the CPDC vote to determine the changes to the 40R for 531 Main Street are a minor plan change. So if you think it's a
I'll
minor
second that.
change, you would-
Okay.
I'll second Nick's motion.
All agreed?
hold on.
Oh.
So the motion is in the affirmative, Pam, and so right now, if you vote yes, you believe it is a minor change. If you vote no, you believe it is a major change.
Got it.
And that's silly, but I think all of the motions are always made in the affirmative.
Okay.
So all in favor of a minor change is essentially the vote. All opposed?
Can you guys tell me what that is? I'm not seeing everybody.
All
Heather
opposed.
says oppose.
Pam
John
says
says
opposed.
opposed.
Okay, thank you.
Trina agrees, opposed.
Okay, do we have a time for the next calendar item?
Yeah, so you can do, your next meeting is actually. I
Well,
wanna ask-
we're not continuing this. You just right. You're
Sure.
going to schedule it.
Yeah, that's good call. So we'll
You might
figure
want
it
to
out.
give everyone a heads up,
Yeah.
but we don't.
Let me just see if our timing will work.
This means they'll also need to submit new drawings with the correct placement of windows and so on, correct?
So
Yeah, I think what might be more helpful to you is to actually render that corner again very quickly with the setback change on it. And people will see whether there's any impact or not from that movement.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I don't think you have to go all the way around the building, but I think if you just focus on that corner, you probably.
Yeah, the corner of the
Yeah.
change, sure.
Julie,
So-
we have a meeting scheduled.
yeah, so we'll look to schedule this either on February 28th or March 14th. Those are the next two meetings. And we just have to figure out if the scheduling will work in terms of the legal ad and things like that.
Excellent. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is the sign permit application for the Dunkin' Donuts located at 273 Salem Street. Do we have
Hello, this-
representatives?
This is Jeff from Viewpoint Sign and Awning.
Okay,
So the store is undergoing the renovation as Dunkin's frequently have to do to maintain the current image of Dunkin' Donuts. So we'd be removing the old PVC non-illuminated wall sign, which is about 39 square feet. And we'd be replacing it with the slightly smaller Dunkin' letters representing the new image of Dunkin'. So they're less high than the old sign and slightly smaller than the old sign.
okay.
I have no questions or objections to this one.
Same here.
Neither do I.
My only question is, what are you doing with the background? Right, I see it's like, right,
White.
are you gonna keep it in that, like the two-tone area, or are you repainting?
I believe the building is getting painted. Yeah.
Okay.
And then that's actually an orange band. I don't know if you've seen the Dunkin' remodels. They use these orange bands. And I believe that was just a building permit for the orange band that they have received.
Gotcha. Yeah, other than that, I had no other questions.
So you've removed the coffee cup off that image?
That is no longer part of the image. It's
Okay,
just Dunkin'.
okay. And the color says it all.
Yeah, that's the hope.
Move that the CPDC approve the sign permit for 273 Salem Street.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Ayes carry. Terrific. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we ahead of schedule? Good heavens. Next item on the agenda is a minor site plan review, change of use for 175 Haven Street, the Style Lounge.
Madam Chair, I'm going to recuse myself from this one.
You may.
Okay. Do you want me to read the notice of public hearing?
Yes.
Okay, So notice is hereby given that under sections 4.3 and 4.6 of the Reading zoning bylaw, the Community Planning and Development Commission will hold a public meeting on Monday, February 7th, 2022 at 7:40 p.m. through remote and online measures to hear the minor site plan review application submitted by the Style Lounge for the property located at 175 Haven Street, Assessors Map 16, Lot 293. The applicant is proposing a change of use at the property from office to consumer services with related interior improvements. A copy of the application and accompanying plans are available to the public at Town Hall by appointment and on the town website the Thursday prior to the hearing. And then there's the Zoom link information. Oh, and if you have questions or comments or difficulty accessing the meeting, please email Andrew McNichol, staff planner, at amcnichol@ci.reading.ma.us.
And do we have a representative from Style Lounge here?
Yes, I am here. I am one of the owners, Kara Bennett.
Okay. Andrew, do we have a picture of the proposed new sign?
Yes, I am just
Excellent.
pulling up the plans and application now. Give me 1 second. So everything loads. And Kara, I did get your floor plans that you just sent, so I'll share those ones. But yes, Kara, if you just don't mind explaining the summary of the use, what it is you guys are looking to do. Oh, and as a reminder to CPDC, this is your first minor site plan review under the new zoning bylaw from November 2021 town meeting, where CPDC voted to approve the amendments of the site plan and minor site plan review triggers. This was triggered through a change of use in what was previously an office space. This site is looking to propose and run as the hair salon use or consumer service retail use in our table. So that change of use, after running by Pam and Heather and others, that they felt that it just felt like a CPDC discussion would be warranted based on that change of use from office to retail. So here we are, first crack at it with that new language. But again, Kara, thank you for coming and
Sure.
go right ahead to
Of
summarize.
course. So our plan is to create the old accounting office space into a 2-story hair salon with a separate room for an office space and a wax room. It's proposed to have 14 style stations and luxury product items and a backwash system. But yeah, that's about it, just to change it into a hair salon, a luxury hair salon. So if you walk in the front door, you walk in, there's the waiting area. To your right would be the front desk. Along that right side wall, you'd have 5 stations with the mirrors, a handicap bathroom. And then as you walk to the back, you have the 4 shampoo system sinks. And in the back room, there would be the color mixing bar. It's all open. A utility sink in the back, washer dryer. And then on the other wall where the shampoo systems are would be 3 other stations. And then as you see the entrance to the basement, which is just a full sealed basement. And then as you go further, you have the stairs that goes upstairs to the 2nd level, which I believe you have. Yep. Which would accommodate 7 more hairstylists, 2 washing systems, and then the 2 office spaces, one that could be used for a private wax room. And then also what's currently there that was previously there is a break room and a separate bathroom.
Okay, how many employees do you expect to have on site on a daily basis?
I would say probably about 8. I think our busiest day would be either a Friday or a Saturday, where the potential is to have them fully, each station full, which would be 14 stations. But during the week, Monday through Thursday, at least even Sunday through Thursday, I wouldn't expect more than about 8 or 9 to be there at a time.
Okay, and what parking accommodations do you have?
Currently, we took over the previous landlord, what the business that was here had 4 reserved parking spaces at the Knights of Columbus. So we took on that rent. So we have 4 reserved there, but other than that, we're just waiting for the employee parking permits to open up again. In the meantime, we have no issues carpooling. A lot of the girls would work the same similar hours and can carpool. And then I know there's a few other spaces, or if we have to change around our cars every few hours, we can do that too. We'll try to make it more accommodating.
Any other questions from the board?
Are we also reviewing the sign permit, or is that separate?
Yeah, so we started with the sign permit and we realized initially that the initial sign that we wanted would have been above the second window. And I know that would need a variance for that to happen. So I think we're gonna go the route of just going with an awning that was previously there.
Yes, I saw that you have an awning
Yeah.
base there.
Skeleton.
Okay. All right.
So I think that's the way to go. I think it'll be easier. It's already framed out. So I think that's the next best step.
So that you'll
Right.
resubmit for that, correct?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. Anybody else?
And what about trash? Do you have?
Yes, so of course. So there's a dumpster that's behind our building that is currently in an agreement because it's on my landlord's lot, that the owner of the dumpster allows us to throw trash. So there's no chemicals or anything. It's just, it would essentially just be hair and foils. And I think it's a private dumpster.
But you said it's on your landlord's lot?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So how can you not have chemicals if you're using chemicals for hair
Right.
dyes and so on?
So they usually get washed through like the sink and everything. Like when you shampoo the color out and it goes through so the plumbing for the sink has a system. I don't know exactly what it's called, but it's to filter the chemical out, but it's done, I don't know, through the sinks. But yeah, unless it's like a little bit of bleach and a foil, we wouldn't be throwing away any colored foils or like color.
I have no further questions.
And then there's no like loading issues. And I don't know, just thinking about when you're, right, there's certainly some construction, right? You need to fit this all out and bring in the chairs and all that. So, right, you work with the town on how that's gonna all work. But other than that, right, there's no regular loading, very few deliveries.
Correct. So usually I would expect probably a smaller delivery once a week or once every 2 weeks. And it's typically a regular UPS shipment with 2 boxes, takes 2 minutes to bring in and leave. So very, very quick and nothing big. But as far as the build out, the furniture, that might take a little bit more time. Everything is broken down into pieces. So I can't think that it's going to take a lot of like street area or blocking off the street, but yes, we can definitely work with the planning board to set up like a plan for that.
Yeah, I think you'll just need to work with town hall with Julie.
Oh, right. Correct.
And to figure that out.
Sure, of course.
Just because it's right, you're in a high visibility or high flow area with not a whole lot of street frontage there to work with.
Okay.
I don't have any other questions though, Pam.
Nor I.
This is great. This is nice to see this building used a little bit more intensively. So
Yeah, we're excited. And the owner's excited too, the landlord.
yeah.
Now I'm
Good spot
assuming
for
that
it. Yeah.
I'm assuming you're moving from your Tewksbury location and you're bringing a full complement of hairdressers, stylists, wax people, and so on. These won't be seats that are, or stations that are rented on a as needed basis, are they?
So it's funny. So the Tewksbury, I don't know how, that's actually my home address, but yes,
Okay.
I am coming from another salon. And it's going to be a blended salon. So there will be some people that will be renting chairs on a monthly basis or a weekly basis, I should say. But there will also be employees. So those that are coming currently will be most likely be employees.
It's quite an endeavor.
Yeah, it'll be fun. I'm excited. I've been doing this a long time and it's definitely been a dream of mine. So I'm happy that it's finally happening.
And then I guess I'd be remiss if I did not mention that the town is working through downtown parking issues at the moment. I happen to be on the parking committee. And so it's probably a good idea, not in this meeting, but separate time to if you haven't had that conversation with Julie yet about what the regulations are and are likely to be. So if and when they change, it won't be a surprise, and you and your employees and your customers can be prepared for that. So
All right, sounds
I think
good.
it should work better. It should work well for you, but just right in the
Okay.
no surprises, right? It's
Absolutely.
always a good thing.
Thank you so much.
Hey,
And I don't have anything further.
okay.
No further comments from me. Thanks for clarifying about the signage.
Of course.
So do we have a motion?
Are you ready for this decision?
Or do we need to open it up?
My version had some highlights, so.
Yeah, I can just scroll through this hopefully fairly quickly. So just gave an overview of the proposed use and again, exactly what triggered this review. The use isn't allowed by right in the Business B zoning district. Parking and loading, as Kara had mentioned, she has some leased spaces with the ability to increase if needed. So we mentioned that. And then currently the public 2-hour that's on the street there fronting the site. Like John had mentioned, I just put that highlight in there just for Kara to start thinking about as we move forward, aligning with us in public safety and DPW if anything's needed. So I've started reaching out on that, so that should be okay. Thank you for bringing that up, John. As we scroll through the conditions again, no signage approved just yet. Construction hours and activities, keeping consistent with our normal conditions. And then I had these highlighted only because, Kara, was there any exterior lighting proposed?
If we were going to do the sign, that would be something we would have looked into. But if we're going with the awning, I don't believe that's something we're going to look into right away. It might be something once it's up, if we feel we need more lighting on it, that we might want to do. But at this moment, not right now.
Okay. I think this can still apply. So I'll keep that in there. And then again, as mentioned and discussed already, loading and deliveries, we'll look to hopefully schedule those during non-peak hours, quick in and outs, as Kara mentioned. And then trash removal is responsibility of the owner in this case. I just wanted to make that clear and keep that in there. So those are my highlights just to make sure they were discussed, and they were. So thank you guys. And any questions or comments on this, I'm happy to take.
Looks good to me.
Yep.
Okay.
So
I
this
hope to see you guys all in there for your first haircut when we open.
I need it.
Well, why don't I go ahead and move to approve the minor site plan decision for 175 Haven Street by the Style Lounge.
we have
I'll
a second.
second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes.
Good. You'll be a good neighbor.
Yes, we're very excited. Thank you. We're excited to be part of the town of Reading.
Yeah, welcome.
Thank you.
We're a little ahead of schedule. We have a site permit application by Metro Credit Union.
Hi, good evening.
Hello.
Hi, so my name is Brennan Courier from Barlow Signs here representing Metro Credit Union. Do you guys have the drawings you can pull up? I think Andrew's working on that.
Yes, just give me 1 second as I
No problem.
close the others and save.
All right, so to get started before he pulls that drawing up, the first item that we're going to be working with here is the second sign for this building per right. We designed it the exact same way to respect the same feedback that you guys provided the first time around when we came for the blade side and the wall sign. So it's going to be set up the exact same way, have all the exact same halo illumination out of the letters, out of the M, and also out of the credit union onto that, that pillbox there. If you move on to the next item, which is item F, this sign is the ones that you guys identify as instructional and directional, non-illuminated, 4 square feet. This is just identifying the drive-through lane as the lane to the right side is for through traffic going through. There's no nothing needed in that area. If you move to the next page, this sign is going to help on Ash Street identify that entrance as there's no signage there now. It will be 4 square feet, non-illuminated, and there will be no issues there. We'll be mounting that into the ground. It'll all be vinyl on metal. And like I mentioned, these previous 2 items are non-illuminated. The only one that's illuminated will be the wall sign on the side. I know there was a little bit of communication back and forth, I believe, with Andrew about the awnings on the front page, or I'm sorry, on the front of the building, which is the last page in your document. So that green stripe that you see in this rendering has been painted blue. So that is no longer green, TD Bank green anymore. And the other note that I wanted to make is that the awning is going to be non-illuminated. And it will definitely meet the minimum requirement of 8 feet for clearance. Thank you.
Andrew, could you go back to F, please? Oh, no, I'm sorry, not F. The other sign that is freestanding on the Ash Street sign. Yep. Currently, there are plows that come through there. And that doesn't look like it's set back far enough on 3 sides for snow clearance. So I think that's a problem. Any comment, Brandon?
I can pass that information along to the client.
And it's not so far off Ash Street that the sign on the building itself won't be picked up. I think it'll be picked up. Everybody knows that's a bank.
Well, yeah, and that's a thing too. It's not speaking to the people who live in that community. It is, but it's not. We're also trying to people that are passing through, that are getting off, coming through, supporting your town that aren't familiar with the area. That's another main point of identification. So having this back here, we all know on the opposite side how how tight it is to get into that first entrance. So this would be a safer way, a less busy way to enter in that property. So we wanted to be able to provide identification to get into this area. And this is the best solution that we came for here. We know there's residents right up against the backside here. We didn't want to put anything that was going to be huge of annoyance. We just tried to be as respectful as we could in this location.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from the board?
Is that actually on private property or is that in the right of way?
Say again, Nick?
I'm wondering if that's private property. Is that on the property or is it in the right of way?
That's a good question.
I believe it was all the research and stuff was done ahead of time. I don't think we would have placed something in an area where we weren't supposed to. But we can definitely look into that. I'm not sure if Andrew, if you know off the top of your head.
Don't know off the top of my head. It's a very good question. I'm trying to think of what that sign might say there.
I believe that sign says something along the lines of customer parking only, all others will be towed. I know they have issues with the neighbors parking in their lot. Specifically, I believe that's Dunkin' Donuts right there. Or Duncan now.
To Pam's point, I wonder if a single sturdier post might not be a better solution. You might need something really robust to keep it from just getting, dented over as plows push snow towards it.
Yep.
One way or the other. But I'm not opposed to that sign being there if it can be there.
Yeah, we can definitely take that into account and get that adjusted and if we have to move that in as well. And again, this is just a rendering, so it's kind of tough to get an exact scale. So we would definitely push it as far off of the road as possible in that area.
Yeah, I do like Nick's idea with the single post, right? I that's so close to the curb, it's going to end up getting whacked with something.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear Nick mention about single post, so I apologize for that, but I can definitely pass that along.
All right.
I agree that it is close there in that visual representation.
Yeah.
And like I mentioned, this is just like a street view image of this area.
Yeah,
So once we get like
understood.
final survey information and stuff, it might be
Sure.
a little bit better in that area, which most likely it will.
So number one is you have to find out whether or not that is indeed your property or whether it's something related to the streetscape. And then secondly, whether or not you can move that in a little bit, put it on a single post.
But I think from a sign permit approval process, those things, right? I mean, the approval would be to put a sign on their property, not on the right of way. So they need to figure that out. I would say that on the single post versus double post and keeping it close to the road, that's on the property owner. My perspective, that's on the property owner, right? I mean, if it gets whacked and they keep replacing it,
Yep. Exactly.
It's not on us. So more of a friendly recommendation than anything.
Absolutely. And like I mentioned, I'll definitely pass that along to the client.
Sure.
I'll pass on all the comments that have been provided.
Right, because the sign face, it's going to be the same regardless.
Correct.
Mhm. Okay, do we have a motion to approve with changes?
Did we make changes?
I am just adding the condition that we'll do some digging to make sure that the sign is entirely within private property.
Perfect.
And you may also want to make sure that no one else on the call has anything to add. Anyone from
Yes.
the public?
Anybody else from the board or anybody else interested in weighing in on this issue about the sign for Metro?
You can use the raise hand feature under reactions on Zoom if you would like to say something. Okay, I don't see any. Just it would be helpful to at least me if things could be a little slower.
Okay. We can slow things down for you, Julie. We know we're ahead of schedule even.
Just don't want to miss key things that are supposed to happen with these public meetings. And also I'm taking minutes, so thanks.
No comments or questions from the audience? Nobody's got a raised hand?
Okay. You ready for a
I'm
motion?
sorry, I did have one question. I'm just staring at it here now. Is there going to be an ATM on that side again?
I don't believe so. With the conversation that we had, on the front side,
Yes.
Yeah.
I believe there's one there now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So that will that have branding on it as well and signage the way the TD Bank one does?
I'm not sure. We haven't. They haven't said anything to us. Normally we don't do anything that has to do with the ATMs, but I can definitely check on that.
That towards anything, Julie, you think, Andrew? Would that count as a sign?
It's under a certain square footage, it won't need a permit. I'd have to double check.
Would it be under the 4 square foot of the IND?
Yeah, it'd probably, even if it's closer to the 1 square foot, just be another directional instructional sign.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead with your motion.
No, good question.
Okay. I move that we approve the sign permit application for 470 Main Street, Metro Credit Union.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good.
All right, fantastic. Thank you much, everybody. You guys all have a great evening, and I'm sure I'll see you guys soon.
Thank you, Brent. Okay, next item on the agenda. Postmark Square 40R Development, 136 Haven Street. Do we have representatives?
You guys are going on a blistering pace
We're
tonight.
running too soon.
Hey, we need to not keep going until 12:30 at night.
Yeah, but do we have to wait for those times?
Yeah, I'm wondering if we wait till 8:15 in case there's anybody that wanted to comment on it.
Looks like we need to.
So I would say very, very technically, you probably only have to wait if it's a hearing, but
Okay.
since it was
We
discussed
will.
at the last meeting.
We will have to wait for the 40R for 459 Main Street till 8:30,
Yes.
right? So we do have some slack time in here regardless.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the applicant for Postmark yet either. Shoot them, Anita.
We could also use this time to look at some minutes if,
Yes, we can.
because you have not had a chance to look at minutes in quite a
No.
while. And we'll defer to Andrew on where we left off.
Where do we start?
when he has a minute. I think he's working on something. Some intent look on his face. Oh, we have Postmark right here now, but I think
Still have to wait.
I don't know. Since you talked about it last time and schedule and right, that's right. You talked about it at the last meeting.
We did.
And picked a time certain, and there were people interested in it. I think it's probably good to wait until 8:15.
Yeah, so we can do some old business.
So the last two sets that have been on the agendas for a while is all the way back on July 12th and August 16th. I believe both Pam and Nick have already provided some previous comments at previous hearings, but I am happy to share these on the screen. I'll be honest, I don't know if they made it in the drive again this week because I thought things would take a lot longer than they currently are. So I do apologize for that, but I will share these. So these are the July 12th, if anybody over the last few months has comments, wants to read through them, provide comments, happy to.
Other than me.
Yep, you're
Heather?
good. You did your due diligence.
I did too.
Yep.
There's just one little typo. I think it's right there on the paragraph that says Mr. Safina suggested that the commercial areas cornice, just areas needs an apostrophe. I read through on my laptop here and I don't have any other changes.
I do not either.
Think through, but I don't think I have a say on this one, since this was before my time.
That would be everybody then for July. Let me switch on over to August. Again, any changes you find, please just feel free to shout them out.
Did they just vote on July, Andrew?
No, in the past, we've sometimes done both in
Oh.
one.
Sure.
That. Good evening, Tony. Glad you could make it.
So we have everybody. Tony, we're just filling in a little gap we have because the CPDC is going at a blistering pace
For a change.
with some minutes from July and August. While we wait till 8:15 for the master signage plan for postmark.
On where that cursor is, sites history should be apostrophe.
Yeah, it's good at catching those. So that was both sets.
I have no changes. I could make a motion if you're ready, Pam.
Yes,
Okay. I move to approve the minutes from both the July 12th, 2021 meeting and August 16th, 2021 meeting.
with changes.
As
With
amended, yep.
As amended.
Yes, thank you.
All in favor?
I'll second it.
Thank you. All in favor?
Yes.
Minutes are approved.
Thank you.
Was Katrina abstaining?
She
I think
wasn't
I-
present.
I don't know if I need to formally abstain or if I just can't vote, but I abstain.
You don't have to be present at a meeting to.
To vote on the minutes,
vote on them.
but it
No.
doesn't, it doesn't matter one way or the other.
Doesn't.
You can abstain.
Clarifying now.
Okay. That brings us to 8:20. Master signage plan application for a postmark square 40R development at 136 Haven Street.
Good evening. How is everyone this evening? I'm Attorney Josh Latham on behalf of the commercial unit owners over at the Postmark Project. This is an application before the CPDC for master signage plan approval pursuant to section 8.5.1.1 of the bylaws and a certificate of appropriateness for the 4 signs that we're proposing under section 8.5.3.1 for the project. With me this evening are Ugo DiBiase of the DiBiase Companies, Jerry and Maureen Giuliano of Classified Realty. Unfortunately, the Colangelo family could not be here, but on behalf of the Common District Meeting House, I have spoken with them and we do have their plan designs. And Mike Correa of Boston Wraps, who is also here to speak to any technical questions. Andrew, may I share the screen or would you like to do so?
You can share it if you have that ability.
Great. It's saying that I can't.
I think
Okay.
I can let him
Okay.
on. We learned the hard way.
See if I can go rogue with the sharing here.
I'll make you, if I make you a co-host, you'll be able to share, okay?
Okay. I promise to be discreet. Okay. Okay, is that appearing before you? Great.
Yes,
Thank you. So to begin, this is the signage proposed for the DiBiase Companies. They're at the corner of the Sanborn and Haven Street portion of the building. There really has not been any changes to the signage for this unit since our last hearing. As you can see, what this is a halo lit sign. It's stainless steel, black matte painted letters. The signage is consistent with the distance and size area requirements under the bylaws. The sign area equates to 26.66 square feet if you do the calculation. And really what's allowed for this site is 75 square feet or less. So we do fall within the size requirements. The lighting would be dark sky compliant. Moving to the restaurant signage. So this is the freestanding sign. As you may recall, there is already a freestanding sign for the residential condominiums along Sanborn Street. So we did go to the Zoning Board of Appeals and get a variance back in December to allow us a second freestanding sign. There have been several changes to this sign since the last meeting. First off, the size signage area has reduced. So it was 32 square feet as proposed. This signage is actually down to 22.75 square feet. Instead of the granite posts for the signage, we've changed it to a black aluminum post with a cap. I think the concern there was the massing or the sizing of those granite posts. And so this is to reduce that signage feel, I guess, the massing of it. The intent still to try to place the sign so that it is visible over the height of cars that may be parked along Haven Street for those that are driving or walking down Haven Street from Main Street. This also shows lighting now And the intent, instead of having ground lighting, what they proposed is some bottom mounted lighting that will be exterior lighting directed to be entirely placed on the sign itself. So there should be really no escape or pollution beyond what shows on the sign. And then the next signage proposed is Classified Realty's primary sign. And that's the signage that's faced out directly onto Haven Street. If the lettering is going to match what's proposed for DiBiase companies, again, stainless steel lettering, black matte painted, halo lit. And the next series of changes is really to that secondary signage for Classified Realty. So instead of a blade sign, it's now proposed to be a half size or less secondary wall mounted sign. And that's going to be on the other facade of the Classified Realty property. So I'll show really, this is the various locations for the signage that I just discussed. If you can see my cursor, this is the DiBiase company's wall mounted signage. This would be the freestanding sign for Common District Meeting House. This would be the primary signage for Classified Realty, and this would be the location of their secondary signage. And to see it in action, here is the DiBiase companies as proposed and showing as halo lit. Then for Common District Meeting House, again, the location of the freestanding sign within that planting bed, and then shown as lit. Next, Classified Realty, again, as proposed and as lit. And lastly, the secondary sign, now shown instead of the blade sign that was projecting previously, we're showing kind of a close placement of the logo signage, really at the end, which is probably in the best visibility location for those traveling down Haven Street, whether pedestrian or vehicular. And it's consistent with the design guidelines, which say really to prefer logos versus lettering or reading signs. And I think it's great as a kind of a compromise to your comments last time. It does allow them to place their logo, what their branding is known for. It's not overpowering. I think it's very tasteful, and it is consistent, I think, with the building where we do have that appropriate consistent lettering signage for the two bookend locations. I think that actually is a nice spot for the logo signage. And so with that, I'm happy to turn over for any questions.
Can you tell me a little bit more about the lighting for the district sign? How does that work?
Certainly.
It's too small for me to see.
So,
yes.
Let's see if I can close up a little bit. So the signage itself, there's a detail here where there's an undermount, and then there are really these small lights that project and are angled so that they only stay within the frame of the sign. Actually, by way of comparison, if you look at the town hall sign, that has like floodlights that are kind of shining up on the town hall sign at night. Mm-hmm. This would be kind of a more tailored, angled signage, really meant not to bleed anywhere beyond really what you're seeing within the face of that sign. And I can kind of go back to show really what the intent is there for how that would show.
Excellent. Thank you. That was.
Do we have any real dimensions for where that sign's going to go in plan? Do we have something that says exactly?
We have not presented a specific location. Really, I think the idea of it was that when they're in there, it would be on the ground. They'd try to determine in the field where the best spot is. You know, we're not opposed to certainly any kind of recommendations or qualifications for that. But at this point, it's mostly just been, you know, based on what we get for size, height, and so forth, where it would be most appropriate.
Okay. But it's set back from the wall edge, right?
Yes, yeah, and I think that was kind of one misleading part of how we showed it. You know, it's really not meant to just be sitting on the wall. It's not going to be kind of just a straight facing sign. I think that's just kind of just a nuance of how we had to put it on here to show how it looks. But really, I think the intent is to be more angled for those coming down Haven Street.
Okay, because the stair wall might block it where it is. That's when you look at the if you look at the DiBiase sign. Keep going. I think there's another view of that, right?
Oh yeah, I can do this one as well.
That one there on the right. Zoom in on that. You'll see that stair wall projects forward, right? So You need to go
Sorry.
more down Haven Street a little bit to get an angle so you start to see it, you know, before you're right on top of it. That's all.
No, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, you can see right here.
Yeah, and that tree's going to block it a little while till its canopy starts to, so we start to prune off some of those lower shrub branches. So I don't know, you might want to, you know, move it around a bit. I don't know whether Julie or Andrew, you want to be present for that trial. Anybody need to? Is there something in the variance that says that it has to be somewhere?
It just has to be within that that garden bed. That's really the only condition from the variance.
Okay, well, those are the only comments I have on it. Otherwise, it looks good.
Then I have no comments. I think that's a nice solution on the classified sign instead of a blade sign.
Agree.
I appreciate the changes and I have no further discussion.
I've got two questions. First one, continuing with Nick's discussion about the wall. I just want to make sure that the sign height doesn't change so that it's now higher than that staircase wall. I know earlier you said you were making it high enough so it could be seen over the cars. I just want to make sure we're not making it high enough so it can also be seen over the staircase wall.
I think it's always been taller than the staircase wall.
Yep.
But when you're in a car, you're down lower. You know, your eye level is lower than that.
Just quickly looking at the variance to see if there's any conditions on height. I don't. Yeah, so they put a limit of no higher than 7 feet 7 inches in height. So we do have a cap on how high we can go. But certainly within that, I think it would just be the most appropriate placement that we can come up with. We're happy to work with town staff if you'd like to have, kind of an agreement on where that should be.
Okay. And the second is the side signage for classified. I was looking at the lighting designs or the at night.
Oh. Let's see.
Yeah.
The signage here?
Yeah. How is that sign lit?
So sorry to be bouncing around between them here.
That's okay.
Let me go to.
Crookneck.
So that's going to be an above mounted light
Okay.
shining downward.
Yep.
All right. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't a glowing sign, is what it looked like from the picture. Okay, thank you.
Any other comments from the board?
So going back to the freestanding sign, I guess a couple of things. One is depending, we should make sure that the approval, right? Our approval is consistent with the limitations in the you said 7'7", right?
Yes.
And that it's within that bed. Let's make sure that we have all those same limitations, because it's pretty unusual for CPDC to just say we approve a sign with absolutely no, plan view of like an indication of where that will be. I'm fine with living within those, right? If your client spent a lot of money on this building, if he wants to obscure it by a sign, like, that's too bad, but hopefully they won't do that. I will say that I hope that the 7'7" actually takes account of the top of the sign, because I see you guys did a little little trick there in the dimensions of the sign. In the last go round, it was 8 feet by 8 feet wide by, yeah, that one, by 4 feet, but you measured, actually the 4 feet was to the top of the sign panel, right, where it bumps up, and now, right, so you didn't change the height of the sign, it just got a foot more narrow. I think the way it's dimensioned here is not correct, because you do have letters in the top part above that 3'3". I'm sure it complies with zoning.
Sure.
But when we're talking about the 7'7", it should be measured from the top of the actual sign panel.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's how the language in the decision is written, the draft decision. So we'll have to make sure we mark that up as we flip through it.
Other than that, I don't have any comments.
Heather, Tony?
No additional comments.
Since this requires a new submittal of the drawing, do we need to schedule this for another?
And why don't we just mark it up?
Okay, that works with me.
We have plenty of other things to do than bring it back.
Yes.
Yeah.
Unless Josh is going to continue to co-host.
I can pull up the draft certificate, Josh, if you stop your share.
You're asking me to give up control, huh?
So just a few highlights here that I'll quickly make sure I got correct from the good notes. The freestanding sign, we're going to want to make sure that the height is correct, because that was a good catch that I missed. So I will, and we've conditioned below, and I'll work on this tomorrow as well. But prior to the issuance of a sign permit for that sign, I'll clarify that the applicant will resubmit renderings that depicts the true height and then area that would slightly change as well from that. I conditioned spec sheets for that light as well. We want to make sure that up-facing lighting is dark sky compliant before any building permit is issued for that sign. So that's a condition as well. And then the site visit as well on the freestanding sign to determine an appropriate location for such that doesn't completely block the wall, yet is still visible. So all that is conditioned. I can work on that, rewording that as needed tomorrow.
Yeah, but go back to 3.
Condition 3 or finding 3?
Finding 3, right? It says number 2 or double I, whatever that is.
Mm-hmm.
That one of these things said it was on top of.
Yeah, I changed that to above, but set back as well, since you had mentioned that.
Thanks.
Yep. So that would be it. Everything else seemed.
Can I jump in real quick, Andrew? And maybe Josh, this is for you. Is the idea that the applicant is referring to all 3, so prior to commercial space number 3 or my space doing any work, we need to have sign off with a freestanding and an updated submittal and all that, or is that specific to the 136th Street sign only?
These conditions would be specific to them, so I can reword that for tenant of that site or similar.
Fortunately, we do have different addresses for each of them as well. So that
Right.
helps.
Can do that too. Yep.
Thank you.
That's good.
And that one speaks to the freestanding sign to begin with. Can we, this was not discussed, Josh, number 7, condition number 7.
Oh, right. So relative to number 7, the idea is that the freestanding sign, Common District Meeting House does plan to only eliminate their sign during hours of operation. But for the halo lit signs and the classified realty logo sign, they did plan to really just light during dark hours based on a sensor. And so that's their proposal.
They'd be lit all night long.
They would be, though. I would also kind of point out they're very different than the Keller Williams Reading Co-op sign because they're backlit against brick rather than against kind of a backing, a light backing, which really shines it out. So they're kind of much more subdued than that.
So and I can speak to, I guess, because I oversaw the build out of the project. So the existing black gooseneck lights that you see, as well as the lighting that is around the future outdoor dining facility, those are all tied into the property's building-wide electric system, and those have photo sensors on them that they turn on when it gets dark enough, and they turn off when it gets light enough. And I'm there when it's dark in the morning and when it's dark at night, and those come off and on routinely. And then they're also tied into the emergency egress life and safety system too. So those lights would come on as a backup generator on the property should it lose power. The ramp along my property on Sanborn Street actually acts as a means of egress for both my office and the future commercial restaurant. So we think that this subtle lighting could also enhance some of the safety aspects of the property as well.
I'm sorry, which lights are on all night?
So currently the lights that are on all night are the gooseneck lights, the black gooseneck lights that are along the ramp and then go to the front of the first commercial space. And then there's some other lighting that shines up on the flagpole. There's lighting at the future outdoor dining facility, that roof deck of commercial space number 3, and then obviously the parking light lighting's on at night, and that's all tied into the project-wide lighting system, which is also tied into the life and safety lighting system at the development.
Okay, so the roof deck is not part of the restaurant.
The roof deck is part of the restaurant. It's going to be the future outdoor dining for that restaurant.
Okay, so even when the restaurant is closed at night, you're going to have the lights on the deck.
That's how it is currently been approved and installed on site. I think again, there's a little bit of safety concern there. You know, with it being a higher elevation, people can walk up there late at night because it's not gated. It's freely accessible. And obviously having some added light up there could help with safety.
It's part of the restaurant. Who can access it other than the restaurant?
Anyone can walk up those stairs and walk into that glass
Oh,
area.
okay,
currently.
so it's not,
Yeah.
oh, I'm thinking the roof on top of
Oh,
the
no, no, no,
building,
no.
not on top of
No,
the
sorry.
realty office.
Correct. Yeah. So that glass area, if you've driven by that glass area, so that is the future outdoor dining for 136 Haven Street restaurant location. And that's accessible just at the same grade. There's a door right there that you'd walk in and out from inside the restaurant to outside the restaurant.
So what's the blue house in the background?
That I believe is either that's white, I think, and I think that's a funeral home. Early funeral home.
I'm not sure that's the funeral home,
I
but
don't think so either.
it's the building that's across the road there. But anyhow,
That now has a lit up yard right underneath their windows all night long.
Well, there's a parking lot. I mean, there's our parking lot in between that commercial unit number 3 and that outdoor dining area. There's the parking lot for the Postmark condominium project.
My concern is that we're ending up with a downtown that's lit up all night long, even though there's virtually well, there should be nobody there, basically between midnight and 5 or 6 a.m.
There's always been lighting that's allowed to be on all night. We thought there was some time limit on it, but I remember when the salon at the corner of Haven and Main had their lights on and we looked into it, there's nothing that said they had to be off. Want some sort of semblance of activity, not activity, but of life downtown. I think we can let it be and see how it plays out. And then if we get complaints or if it looks horrible, we can address it.
My concern is always, as you point out, if it's been approved and there's a problem, there's nothing the applicant / developer needs to do because it's been approved. They're in the right.
That, by the way, Tony, that is the funeral home.
I was just going to say, I'm
Yeah,
looking
it
at it
is
more
the funeral
closely.
home.
It definitely is the funeral home. I'm sorry, I stand corrected about that earlier.
All right. Yeah, it would be much worse if it were a residential and they were overlooking a lit up yard.
Agreed.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, funeral homes get you.
Agreed that this is not needed.
What did you just delete, Andrew?
That was the illumination beyond hours of operation.
Yeah, that's fine.
And Andrew, can you go back up, back to
Mhm.
the dimensions of the common house sign? There's one thing that I'm not sure. There, stop. Number 4, where it says will be set on the 7-foot 7-inch black aluminum post. That says 7 inches thick, and the rendering shows more like 4.
That's from the granite post. I think that just
Yeah, I
that
think
just
so
didn't get
too. So let's put
deleted.
in what we have, the 4x4s there, not the thicker ones.
Thank you.
Should we say approximately so that we don't have to play the game again?
Right.
later?
Well, and that's where, to be consistent with the ZBA decision, we need to say something that it can be no higher than 7'7".
It's good.
You could also, and should also, if it's not in here, reference the zoning board decision.
Yeah.
Yes, that is listed. I can't say all conditions.
Okay.
Does that do?
Good.
I can work on that tomorrow.
Okay. Are there any comments or questions from the audience at this point? None being heard, we can close the open meeting.
You ready for a motion?
We are.
Okay, I move to approve the master signage plan for 130, 136, and 144 Haven Street, Postmark Square, 40R.
All in favor?
Yes.
Oh, we second. Sorry. I moved too fast.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Aye.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time, everyone.
No
Appreciate it.
problem.
Have a good night.
And Madam Chair, can we take 5 minutes?
We should. Let's do that. Thank you. Is everybody back? The next item on the agenda is the public hearing for 40R plan review for 459 Main Street. General contractor Federa Contracting, Inc.
Yes, good evening. My name is Attorney Jesse Schomer. I'm a partner
Sorry,
at the law
Jesse.
offices of
Sorry to
Rignanti.
interrupt. Sorry to interrupt. Heather, do you want to read the legal notice? Thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm just popping it up. I had accidentally moved away from it. Okay, ready? Notice is hereby given that under MGL Chapter 40A, Section 11 and Section 10.5.11.23 of the Reading Zoning Bylaw, the Community Planning and Development Commission will hold a public hearing on Monday, February 7th, 2022 at 8:30 p.m. through remote and online measures to consider an application for plan approval under MGL Chapter 40R submitted by GC Federa Contracting, Inc. for property located at 459 Main Street, Assessors Map 17, Lot 62. A copy of the application and accompanying plans are available to the public at Town Hall and on the town website the Thursday prior to the hearing. There is the Zoom link information, and if you have any questions, comments, or difficulty accessing the meeting, please email Andrew McNichol, staff planner at amcnichol.ci.reading.ma.us.
Now, Mr. Schumer, go ahead.
Sure, thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Attorney Jesse Schomer. I'm a partner at the law offices of Rignanti Stereo. Our offices are in Wakefield, 401 Edgewater Place. I represent the applicant for this matter, the proposed development of 459 Main Street. And we have a brief presentation we'd like to make for you tonight of this project, if it please the commission. And if I may at this time, Madam Chair, I'd like to introduce the members of my team who are here tonight to present. And in all candidness, I was retained to represent this applicant only within the last week, so I'll have to beg ignorance on a number of matters and defer to my team members to do the majority of the heavy lifting. So better, I would say, in most cases for the attorneys like me to say as few words as possible, but especially so in this case. So tonight with me, Madam Chair, is the applicant GC Federa Contracting. They're represented by Giuseppe Federa and Guy Manganello. The architect of record is Jeffrey Ollinger of Ollinger Architects out of Cambridge. Our civil engineer of record, Madam Chair, is Federa Engineering out of Danvers, represented tonight by Giovanni Federa, as well as our traffic engineer from TEC Engineering out of Andover. They're represented tonight by Sam Gregorio. So if I may, Madam Chair, if it please the commission, may I briefly share my screen to provide just a quick overview of what the property is that we're looking at to orient the members?
Please do.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Let's see, I've been made co-host.
I made you co-host so you can screen share, Jesse.
Okay, great. Thank you. Can everyone see this image that's up on the screen now? It's Google
Yes.
Aerial. So this property here where my cursor is, this is 459 Main Street. It's currently, as you can see, the location of an auto repair shop located at the corner of Main Street and Washington Street near the Reading City Center. To the left of this property, you see here, this is, it looks like a couple of years ago from when the RISE 475 project was still under construction, but this is the location of the project. We are located in the downtown smart growth district, the town's 40R district. So if I may, I'll turn the cursor to plan north here to orient the members and zoom out a bit. And I've gone to the liberty of showing what we feel is the most important metric for this site, which again is here. It's located about 6 minutes by walk to the Reading MBTA commuter rail station here. So as you can see, it's an optimal location for transit-oriented development. If we back up even further, we can see that obviously this location is in close proximity to all the Reading Town Center amenities, CVS, of course, the Dunkin' Donuts is right across the street. the Reading town offices up in this location here. We've got parks down to the bottom over here, Reading Public Library off here, as well as if we back out even further, the Market Basket and the shops along Walker's Brook Drive. And for those who are auto commuting, the Route 128 and 95 is just a hop, skip, and a jump away from the project site. Although we do anticipate and are hoping that most of the residents of this project will be commuting by the commuter rail station here. So as you can see, it's a great location for this sort of development. And I'll stop my screen share there. But what we're presenting for the members tonight is it's a proposed 12-unit mixed residential commercial development at that location that I just highlighted. The first floor of this project is proposed as a commercial space with parking for the residents above, and the upper 3 levels are proposed as residential. There is a total of 12 units in this project, and they're all condominium units, so they'll all be for sale. The total, as I mentioned, is 4 stories in height, including the commercial space and parking. And that's more or less consistent with the RISE 475 project directly next door. And in fact, this project is slightly lower in height than that project. So we're excited to present this project to the members tonight. I won't steal anyone's thunder on my development team. And without any further ado, unless anyone has any questions for me, I'd like to turn it over to Jeffrey Ollinger for his presentation. Thank you very much. Jeffrey, take it away, please.
Yep, and I will share my screen now. Julie.
I believe I made you co-host, Jeff. Did I choose the right one of you?
You gotta do the other one. Sorry, I should have.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Let me just. Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right. Well, thank you, Jesse, for such a thorough introduction and a great summary of how this project is well situated within the town. As Jesse mentioned, our team now is composed of Giuseppe Federa, Joe Federa, Guy Bangiello, Giovanni Federa, myself, and now Jesse Schomer. Tonight we'll have a quick project introduction. We'll go through the project application, and then we'll also have questions from the town that we'll be happy to respond to. So this slide provides a summary of the project statistics. As far as density, we're coming in at 48 units per acre. Our FAR is significantly below the required 2.8 FAR. Our parking spaces are actually overperforming what we're required. We're at 1.42 for our multiplier. So that allows us to have 2 visitor spaces in addition to the 15 required spaces. We also are able to provide 2 retail spaces, one of which will be an ADA space that'll be dedicated to the retail, and the other will be a parking space for the retail manager. With regards to the retail, we're offering 1,671 square feet, so it's still a pretty good size space. And with regards to the condominium unit mix, we'll be offering a range of units with 4 of them as 1 bedrooms, 7 as 2 bedroom, 1 as 3 bedrooms, and of these 6 will be duplex units. And then also with regards to the setbacks, the parcel is entirely within the 40R zone, given that the RISE is a 40R zone project, and we have a split zoned lot adjacent to us to the east on Washington Street. But we have set back 15 feet at the podium level for that residential butter. And we've also set back 3.5 feet from the RISE lot line. And we do not have any windows on that facade. So now I'll quickly go through the DSGD guidelines and how our project conforms. As Jesse already indicated and illustrated, our project is an ideal transit-oriented development, and it conforms with all the town's smart growth design guidelines. This presentation is to help the town and the review go through item by item and get a clear understanding of how our project conforms. Our project is applicable to the 40R because we are located on Main Street, which is zoned as both a B district, as well as it abuts, as I mentioned, a 40R split zone 2 family, which allows us to be entirely within the 40R zone. Definitionally, we are on a primary commercial street. And so our location on Main Street makes it a prime 40R development. This slide is obviously quite dense and we won't burden you with all of the items, but we have a complete list of exhibits that are related to this slide at the end of the presentation, but this will take you through the complete application, development narrative, et cetera. And we're happy to dig into that at a further point later. With regards to the design of the building, we are seeking to comply with the town's historic context and character, and our building adopts 2 complementary Victorian era styles, Queen Anne portion of the building, which is more related to the residential character of the building, and then a masonry Second Empire expression at the ground floor, as well as the corner, which we think speaks to both the civic character of the building, as well as helps it to tie in with the masonry of the Rise building just to the north of our property. We have introduced a series of human scale design elements that we think will enliven the project. Each unit has a balcony and or terrace. We've introduced a series of plantable areas at the podium level. And we've also taken care to make sure that there is a range of scalar detail within the architecture so that it has a range of texture to the building. This project also seeks to continue the commercial storefront along Main Street. And through consultation with the town, we've gone through a couple of iterations of the ground floor. And we've retained as much storefront as possible while still making the traffic patterns of the site work. With regards to the streetscape, we're preserving trees. We've also allowed for a wider sidewalk at the corner now at the ground floor. And so the corner retail will have a small area that may be able to fit a cafe table. With regards to sustainability in the Smart Growth District, our project plans to comply entirely with an Energy Star standards. We've also made the project solar ready, and we've provided a green roof for a portion of our podium that will help mitigate stormwater runoff from the site. As per drawings and elevations, those have been included in the application, and we also have renderings and elevations later in this presentation. Regarding the site design standards, I know Giovanni's on this call, and I'm happy to allow him to speak to any civil design related issues, but we have provided a complete civil design package for the town for this application. With regards to signage design standards, we intend to fully comply with the town signage design requirements. And with regard to additional considerations at the district edge, we've already referenced that the podium level sets back 15 feet from the abutting split zoned S15 lot. This is a quick summary and responses to our last town meeting, our last staff meeting with the town staff. We can go through these point by point quickly, just so everyone's aware of our discussion. So at that meeting, the staff asked us to confirm that we'd be providing a shadow study, which is now included in the application materials. They've asked us to include the turning movements in the drawings so that the function of the garage can be made clear, and we've shown that. With regards to the zoning table, we've now shown in our plans here, it says 3 feet, but it's actually 3.5 feet is what we've been able to set the building back. And we've removed all north lot line windows. With regards to the VGC detail, that's included in our civil package, and I'll let Giovanni speak to that. The question of including a grease trap for the project, the ownership is open to the idea. As to whether or not this will be a great location for a restaurant, it could be. It's on the corner. There could be a lot of good uses. So I think, again, the owners are open to a grease trap, but again, we want to make sure that it's the right thing. With regards to our contacts with RMLD, the ownership has reached out to RMLD. Our transformer is remaining in the same location, and so we think that there will be little to no disruption to the town's electrical service with our new building. With regards to the district edge, we've already mentioned that the building does abut a split zone lot that's split zone between 40R and S15, or Business B and S15. Here we have a site plan with the zoning map overlaid, and you can see our project with its parking garage shown and the retail at the corner of the intersection of Main and Washington. You can also see a purple and green line on the right-hand side of the slide, and that's showing the zoning boundary designation and the split lot at 166 Washington. Here you can also see the relationship of the building and its to the corner, and how the traffic pattern of the building really has been designed to alleviate concerns about congestion at that corner, given that it is so busy. And I'll get into some of the features of that garage and how we've done our best to make sure that it's going to be right for the corner. So here you can see the 19 parking spaces that we've provided. We're currently proposing that the residents enter on Washington Street, and that's largely because it's been observed that there is some backup at the light along Washington Street, and so there's a concern that if cars start to stack up at the light, that it could be an issue for people trying to exit the garage. And so to minimize that, we have it as entry only. Again, there's only 12 units, so we think that the traffic impact will be very low from this building. The cars will egress out onto Main Street, and we've designed the Main Street entrance so that it can function as a two-way entrance, so that the retail manager and the retail ADA space will be able to back in and out of their spaces. The additional space that's required for them to achieve those movements also allows us to provide a loading zone that will be covered and can service the retail, but could also offer off-street loading for residents if the need arose. We have located our residential entrance off of Washington Street, and so there's a convenient access for the mail at the front of the building. Fire department has access immediately on entry. The other utilities on the project, as I mentioned, our transformer is remaining in its current location or existing location. And so we provisionally located the electrical utility room next to that. We've also provided space for future photovoltaic battery storage at the upper right-hand corner of the plan, and that will also be used for bike storage. At the upper left-hand corner of this plan, you can see where it's marked trash, and that was largely in consultation with staff regarding where the optimal place is to load trash from, whether it's Washington Street or Main Street. Again, we're open to discussing how that loading functions. We've designed the garage essentially so that it can flow in two directions. So that really is just a matter of how we coordinate the signage on the project, depending upon how we want people to use the building and use the garage. Okay. Next slide is our second floor, which has the bulk of the one bed units, as well as two bed units. And these range from 850 square feet to about 1,350 square feet. The third floor, which is the lower level of our duplex units, has a similar footprint to the second floor. However, we're able to provide all 2 beds at this level and a 3-bed at the southeast corner of the plan. And here we see the 4th level where we have double high living rooms, as well as we've retained a terrace for the building at the corner and an amenity space. So we think this will be a very nice amenity and help provide additional outdoor open space, and as well as the amenity room, which may be a wonderful space for any number of flexible uses. Here we're showing some examples of some of the material palette that we're considering. On the upper left-hand corner, we're showing the shiplap siding. We're considering standing seam or copper patina type material at the dormers, a Vermont green slate roof at the mansard portion of the building, and a light colored masonry at the podium and the corner of the building. So here we have the materials represented somewhat diagrammatically, but you can see that we've done a lot to articulate the massing. There's a range of variety of scale to the building. And we've also divided the building significantly in its vertical dimension as well. Here we have an elevation of our building drawn next to the Rise building. And we're actually 1.5 feet lower according to the planning documents for the Rise building. So, which was at 46 feet 6 inches, and we are at 45 feet. We have continued the podium level, so we see that as a continuation of storefront. However, we do have our garage exit on Main Street. The lower drawing marked east elevation, that shows how we've returned the Washington Street facade entirely around the east facade of the building. So the residential abutter will be looking at a primary facade design, as well as something that has a Victorian character to it, which we think will help it to blend in with the residential neighborhood beyond. This is a view that's onto the corner. So this would be the view from the park across catty corner from our property. And here's a view of the upper level sun deck. We think it could have a multi-season function to it, and just generally be a great space for people to be using. Here we have some before and after. So this is the existing 128 tire building. And now we have our new project, as you can see, slightly lower than the Rise building. However, continues a similar kind of massing quality, reflects some of the similar dimension to the Rise buildings, lower massings at our corner. Here we have a sidewalk view. And as you can see, our building more or less just completes the corner and provides some continuity. Our building does step back about 1.5 feet from the corner of the rise. So the sidewalk gets wider at our property. And then at the corner, we've set that back entirely as it champers. So the ground level will have significantly more area than it currently does. And here's a view from Washington Street. These big old trees will be unaffected. And as you can see, we've returned the Washington Street facade around the corner so that it's a very friendly neighbor. And that is it.
Nice presentation.
Thank you.
Are there comments from the board?
Yeah, I have lots of comments, I guess.
Excellent.
Does the traffic analysis show that entrance from the Washington Street side? Or is it the old presentation where it was exit only from there?
I'm sorry, Mr. Spina, I couldn't quite catch what you were saying there. Would you mind repeating your question?
Sorry. I'm just wondering if the traffic analysis that was in the submit reflects the entrance on Washington Street as opposed to just to exit from Washington Street.
I think I'll turn it over to Sam to answer that question for you.
Sure. Good evening, everybody. My name's Sam Gregorio. I'm the senior traffic engineer at TEC. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I always want to make sure when we're on Zoom. So yes, the traffic study, which was submitted on January 24th, has actually shows 3 different alternatives for the driveway. So just in case there was different ideas for what could be done, we wanted to make sure we showed each potential scenario. So one of those scenarios is the one obviously shown. One other scenario is an entrance on Main Street and the exit on Washington. And then the third scenario is a full access driveway on Washington alone, and that would be it. Obviously, we know that one was the one that was not necessarily at the top of the list for the town due to the impacts of the queuing on Washington.
Yeah, I don't think you can enter from there. I don't know what the analysis says, and maybe John's looked at that in more detail, but just my experience from almost 30 years of having to cut through that street, there's just no way it's going to work because queues really are long, and I don't care if a resident has to wait an extra light cycle to get out, but the traffic will just stack up into the intersection for sure. You know, as somebody going east tries to make that left turn across there. So I wouldn't be open to that being an entrance. I mean, the gate's going to be right at the property line, I would imagine, right? Not recessed.
In that configuration, it is. But again, we have more parking spaces than we need. So if it meant kind of losing a visitor space or reconfiguring it a little bit, maybe having a smaller electrical utility, I think we could figure out a way to get the gate recessed a few feet.
Yeah, I don't really want to lose any parking either. If we're going to lose parking, I'd rather try to gain more retail space. So that's the first thing, was the entrance. The second piece was the transformer. We just heard an applicant earlier tell us that RMLD doesn't require a transformer for their building, which has more units than this. I think I'm wondering whether we need that transformer at all.
It's a good question. That's definitely one that we can bring up with the town. But as it is, we would not need to upgrade the transformer, I don't believe.
But you just take it out, do your construction, and put it back in?
I think that'd be the idea.
How old is it?
I think we'd want to talk it through with the town before that, but I guess what I'm saying is we wouldn't need any new infrastructure to our building.
Okay. And then this is just kind of like a warning for similar sites before. You better make sure you know what's underneath that, because I don't want you coming back every week telling me you found another tank every time you dig a hole, and you have to change the plans over and over again.
Yep, we're well out in front of that. I understand that the phase 2 report has been conducted for this site, so we're
Yeah, I know that happened on a
approaching
separate
proactively.
site as well, and they just kept finding stuff. So
Yeah.
you'll have to maintain this plan at whatever cost and risk there is to you, or whatever plan gets approved.
Yep, thank you.
Okay. That's all I had for now, Pam.
Okay, John.
Sure, I'm going to offer up some comments of in the frame of I can't believe I'm saying this, but in the sense that this is a pretty unique location, and I have a hard time seeing how well the retail works, how the retail will work with no space, no parking on site for that space. I mean, I mean, you don't, right? You don't have to have, according to zoning, you don't have to have parking for that retail use. But the way that I see that, right, that's just going to be, it's going to be a dead storefront, because you got to do something different, right? I mean, the safety concerns of people parking like over off that little cut through on the other side of the park there, that is just off this image, right, over by 29, like if people were to park over there, and then this is not a great pedestrian environment, and people are just not gonna do that, and so I just don't know how that retail space gets is functional, and then the issues that Nick brought up, just the circulation on this site is I think the way that I see it is your limiting factor, of because what you have here, I just don't think works. I mean, certainly going in, as Nick said, coming in on Washington Streets, that will back right up into the intersection, without a doubt, and create more safety problems. I think you need to rethink this site some.
We appreciate that.
I'll chime in if that's
Please.
okay. First of all, this is a tricky site for all of the reasons that have already been said. I mean, that's the traffic flow around there. I'm not a traffic engineer. I'm just a driver, and it is very tight. Oops. Anyhow, I also am very concerned about the configuration of the retail. I see that it looks, it looks like you're trying to fit a lot there. I'm concerned that the retail space itself, while the square footage is pretty good, the shape of it is oddball enough that it may be really difficult to figure out how does a shop or how does a food service place fit in there. I noticed that you had kind of two entryways that look like, it looks really nice from the outside. I'm wondering, I think that the right side of that, I guess if you're looking at the corner of the building, the right side of that, I'm concerned that might become kind of unusable space. So I overall think that the configuration may also take some rethinking in large part because of the recirculation. And I guess I'd ask you to really think hard about how you can get some more kind of regular retail space that can be more adaptable for a number of uses. rather than irregular shape is what I mean.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that. I mean, obviously, I think a lot of these projects, they end up, obviously being sort of this balance, and the figure of the retail is kind of the result of the parking. But I think with this one, there is, obviously it's not a very large space to begin with, right? So there's kind of going to be a single purpose use to it, whether it's, some kind of over-the-counter retail. And in my mind, when I see it, I actually see that there's a really nice opportunity to have a backup house space that is not, that's not competing with the storefront. And so for me, actually, I think that this has, I could imagine a small shop that has some small backup house service to it, whether it's, some kind of, frozen yogurt type place or something like that. That's the type of space I could see with a lot of walk up type activity. Now, Nick, you have some, very, and John also some very good comments about, accessibility to to that corner from, other parking locations around downtown. And I think in general, that's just a struggle that's going to have to be continued to, fight to make sure that there's improvement as much as possible to the, public realm regarding how streets, are being curbed and signed, and a series of other street features that will need to be, improved in order to make that a really welcoming corner for people to walk across. It's a state highway too.
Mhm.
I'd love to add something too. Back on the retail, I also see what you're saying, where I could see a back of the house. It's the area kind of under the 1671 square feet between that and the mail that I get concerned that may not be actually very usable space. And then so in the reconfiguration. And here's another thing, and I don't know the answer to it, but it also leads me to thinking about reconfiguration. I mean, we have to get cars in and out of there somehow. I too am concerned about where people. It also sounds weird for me to say this because I'm such a walker, and I'm a proponent of walking to stores. But where the walkers are going to come from here, something that concerns me about this is the big entryway on Main Street. And here's the problem: is of course you have to have circulation, but you have this big driveway that actually breaks up the
really could be, given that it wound up being rather shallow once you accounted for the parking that was inside. Now, again, if we wanted to strip it back to like 15 parking spaces, which is, the requirement, that may allow us to do something more with the parking. With the retail. But I think, again, that sort of balance of needing, wanting to include these amenities, for the retail manager parking, for the, an ADA space for the retail, and then also providing a couple of visitor parking spaces. That's, those are good things too.
I'm going to add on here and just be a little blunt, is that, from looking at it's a great design for that corner, right? It's solid. It has this nice retail space, and from the form of it all, that's one thing. But I'm stuck at the functionality of it, and how that operates in Reading on that corner. And I've been thinking about this particular lot for a long time, knowing that, it was obvious that it was, potential for redevelopment. And and again, I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I do not think, in my heart of hearts, I don't think this site is capable of having this sort of mixed use, because it's just too much to fit into that tiny little space. I think the options here are to have a commercial space, or to just decrease the density of this and just focus on the retail space. I mean, focus on the residential space. Now, it's not a great spot for a residential corner either, but if that's what you're looking for is the density, you know, you could probably get more with just the residential, but you know, obviously it'd have to be at a lesser degree. Again, I can't believe I'm saying either of those because I'm a proponent of, you know, the mixed use and want to keep all the retail in commercial space. But I think you're trying to force too much into this space that has these just significant limitations in the access, and just trying to put out, you know, not trying to be negative, but just trying to be realistic about what I'm seeing on this parcel.
I guess I don't see it that way, at least not yet. I never pictured myself crossing over from a little parklet. I always pictured myself walking along the east side of Main Street and crossing over to it or coming back to it from the next building. I don't think that Drew's Stews space is much bigger than this, and it's like this narrow slot of space, right?
Well, the difference though, Nick, is like they do have parking right there, and this is, I know it's only a block down, but it's a block down. I've spent way too much time talking on the park committee about how people don't want to walk a block.
Well, we'll make it something that lazy people don't go to. So it'll be like an outdoors, you know, outdoorsy oriented.
Sure.
You know, a running store there.
Yeah, you can get a coffee, but you have to run.
Well, you laugh, but right, what's the running store there in Melrose? It's on a similar, like,
Marathon
crazy
Sports, and I
corner.
cross the street to get there every time. I have no problem getting to that.
I park in the lot.
Right, but there's parking right there.
No, I park across the street and run over.
Yeah.
The running store.
I just wanted to echo Heather's experience on Main Street. I think that the circulation is definitely tough, but to have like 2 double wide entrance and egress seems a little bit excessive, especially when you have both space for an in and out. On Main Street, it just seems like it would be a little bit of an unpleasant break in the frontage. Main Street, so if as the circulation is being reconsidered, there's a possibility to
You're in and
that
out.
so it's less of a
Katrina.
break.
Okay.
I think I heard, see if there's a way to look at it, to see if there's less of a break in the street, in the storefront. That honestly, I would love to make less of a break, but the town guideline currently, and Sam, you can speak more specifically to this probably, as well as Giovanni, that they require a 24-foot drive aisle. It's a 12-foot drive lane, and they need the 24 feet as a part of the ordinance. And I believe we would need that waived if we were to reduce it, which again, we would be willing to consider that so that we can make a more attractive, better retail.
Did somebody buzz in?
No, I think that was somebody's cell phone going off next to their speaker.
Okay.
But I'd like to weigh in a little bit and question how this meets what we're planning on as guidelines for density waivers. Right now at 52 units per acre, it would be tier 3 on the new guidelines.
I said 48.
We're at 48.
48. 48 is still tier 3 on the new guidelines. So there's no open space.
Right.
The retail is tiny. I think the only thing you're meeting right now is the additional visitor parking. But even then, you still need to show us how the retail space is going to work with whatever limited parking is in the area.
What's the
And
retail
while
footage percentage of that first floor?
The retail percentage of the first floor is probably almost 100%. If we're excluding, you're saying versus parking?
Well, I don't remember exactly what we're including or not including, but just gross, if you did a gross square foot of that footprint, a third maybe?
Yeah, we're probably close to a third. I mean, there's maybe a quarter.
Okay.
actually, we're looking for 12.5% of the gross floor of the building.
The building, and we would be below that. But again, that's, and again, Tony, I appreciate you saying, and the open space, requirements obviously are important to us as well. We have provided a 660 square foot terrace that will provide open space for the building at the 4th floor.
Well, once again, that provides open space for the tenants of the building, not for the town.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to conflate the things here, right? We're talking about some future zoning ordinances that we're potentially putting in place.
Well, Nick, I will argue that what we're looking to put in the new zoning are guidelines for developers to tell them what we're looking for. And if that is what we're looking for, we're granting waivers. This is not a requirement for the waiver. They could meet every one of these requirements and we could still deny the waiver. This is to give them guidance. But these are what we claim to be looking for to grant a density waiver.
Yeah, and I think with regards to density, this project, as initially illustrated by Jesse, it's a very strong candidate for commuter-oriented, transit-oriented development. It's on a prime, it's a prime 40R street. There's 3 of them that are mentioned in the ordinance, I believe. And the building itself has the site capability to carry this number of units without significant detriment to the parking, as we've already demonstrated by providing additional visitor parking, is providing additional parking for the retail. Granted, there's a couple of things that we've mentioned, regarding the way that the Main Street garage entrance operates, but that is largely a feature of the unique nature of this site and how it's situated within the town's traffic patterns. And so I think on balance, a density waiver should be granted, in particular because we've made sure that we've provided a density that can responsibly integrate the building into the town's traffic patterns and achieve the other goals of transit-oriented development, sustainable development, mixed-use development.
But the mixed use is minor. And really, without the any additional parking, it's probably not going to ever be used. We want successful retail or commercial use. We don't want just an empty storefront so you get an extra density, more density or greater height.
We think it will be a successful retail development. We think it's got we think it has excellent visibility. This is one of the front doors to the town and to the commercial downtown. And so we believe this building will make a very strong civic statement. You'll have a very high visibility storefront there. Even if it is not having a lot of foot traffic that goes through it, I could see it being a very valuable space for someone that wanted to have high visibility to a high volume of traffic flow through Reading. So there will be a number of reasons why this will be a valuable retail space, even if it seems like it may be challenging for a number of reasons that would exist regardless.
I think traffic flow continues to be a problem in and out of this facility. You come in off Washington Street, which typically has 10 to 20 cars stacked up at that light. So I think that's going to be hard to negotiate. And then your outflow is onto Main Street, which I think is also a challenge.
And
Because
it's entirely possible for us to reverse the traffic just by switching the direction of the signage in this garage, so that folks are entering on Main Street, and then we have very periodic exits onto Washington Street. And I think Sam can speak to maybe the trips per hour that we're anticipating.
Sure. Just to follow up, one of the things I had mentioned earlier is that the traffic study itself does go over that alternative as well. So it provides 3 different driveway options. For an operational sense, the preferred alternative on an operational sense would have that entrance be on Main Street, obviously because it works, the entrance being after the intersection, and the exit being allowed to stack in the garage. And we are in a stacking sense for in the garage. We're not talking about a large amount of total traffic generated at the site. 12 units, it doesn't generate over the course of any one peak hour a large number of trips. And I mean, 12 units and overall the site, and this includes the fact that we would assume that there'd be a small amount that would use the train. But in the morning, we would expect that the site would generate only 7 new trips for that one peak hour. Now that's going to happen over a couple hours. So there might be 7 1 hour, 7 the next hour, 7 the hour after that. And that's in general because not every resident goes to work starting at the exact same time. Not everybody necessarily works every day. Some people telecommute, and that's even before COVID. In the afternoon, that number goes up to 10 total trips. And that's both entering and exiting. And that includes the retail as well, because again, it's not a large space of retail. So overall, the trips generated by that retail over the course of an hour isn't a large amount. If it was converted to a restaurant, that amount of trips would go up a little bit, but not a substantial amount. So when you're talking about stacking inside the garage and thinking that I'll use the best example. Let's say the weekday morning, it'd be 4 exiting trips from that one peak hour. And again, 4 maybe the next hour, 4 the next hour after that, for instance. That's 1 car leaving on an average every 15 minutes. So it's not a large, not something that's going to be stacking more than 1 or 2 cars in the garage. If that was the sense. And it'd be the same thing if we did have the driveways as shown in the graphic or on the page. Cars entering the driveway, kind of that same thing, 1 car every 15 or so minutes, every 10 minutes. So the potential for it to back up and cause potential queuing back into the intersection could be lessened by other things that we could do in that sense. If it was something like a do not block the driveway kind of markings or signage, if that were the case, if this was the alternative for that driveway.
I'm more concerned about the direction that one pulls out. So if one is pulling out into traffic on Main Street, you can't turn left because you've got too many lanes you've got to cross. So you may only turn right. You're still going to have that same problem with the inside, because somebody's going to have to come, if they're coming from Washington Street, they've got to take, if they're coming from Main Street, they have to turn onto Washington and get across that lane of traffic there.
So yes, in the traffic study, each of the alternatives showed, or the 2 of the driveway alternatives of the one way in, one way out, or which direct, whatever roadway happens to be, Main or Washington. Each of those 2 alternatives the traffic study has shown them everything as right in, right out. Because that would be the worst case in terms of operations. So we wanted to show what that would do. So obviously, if people are turning right into from Main Street, for instance, again, what would we consider the preferred operational alternative? Access from the signalized intersection, you get 3 approaches that could enter that driveway with ease on a right in. And then coming out on Washington Street, a right out, gets you to the signalized intersection and gets you to 3 to the approaches to the signal. Flipping it to the way, again, the graphic shows right now, the in on Washington, a right in there, it would cause, yes, potential circulation over the side street behind it. But again, overall, the amount of trips total is not a large amount. Again, we're talking.
I've got that. That's not my concern. My concern is crossing 2 lanes of traffic on Main Street to turn left out of there. And then 1 lane of stacked traffic we know that's always coming up that Washington Street and trying to nudge out there and then turn left across there. I think there's a challenge there.
Sure, and I believe the way we've shown it in the traffic study is assuming that those would be right in, right out driveways, or could be, and still operate overall as in the neighborhood sense, still operate fine. So I'll leave it to what the I think Jeffrey's about to. He looks like he's wanting to say something, but
yeah, no, we had this exact same conversation with the town and traffic engineer, and agreed. Like there's a, it's kind of a thorny site in that regard. And with regards to Main Street, having signage that was right turn only signage clearly demarcated at our garage was one solution that was proposed for limiting any left-hand turns onto Main Street. And I think, again, that's also, not to reiterate too much, but we have a garage that will have 12 units using it. And that's a fairly low number of people as well. So it's not as though this is like a shopping mall or some other type of public facility that has lots of out of town or people that are unfamiliar with the traffic patterns. This will be a building that has folks that will know that they can't turn left onto Main Street because they will do it every day or every other day when they leave their building.
The problem with the no left turn is, especially in this location, is right. That's not enforceable, police, because it's on private property, and the draw from this building is not to the right. It's not to North Reading. It's down. It's either down into the intersection and then out towards the depot and out to West Street, or it's down 28 towards 128 for the most part. And so people are not going to take a right out here. I mean, we see that I say that because that has been around town a lot of the solution to a lot of locations, and it's not an answer. So yeah, we sort of got to get beyond that that issue. So and the other thing that I guess I have a problem with is the idea about the boxing out of so that you can't queue in front of the driveway. Well, why do you guys get that and look around all the neighbors like it, right? There's I wouldn't be able to justify why you get your own piece of pavement when everyone else in town gets can't turn into their driveways, and they don't get to mark off their space as what as much as well. I can't see getting that that approved and through. And so really the problem, even with the problem that I see with even with 1 or 2 cars in the PM peak trying to turn left into like the way that you see it here, is that that's a light cycle, right? That car is trying to turn left into there. There's only a queue of 2 cars behind them to get into the intersection, right? So that they start queuing up the intersection, the light turns because it'll take them a while to turn in there, and then you lost an entire light cycle, and that the cycle at Washington Street is forever, and so it takes a long time for the traffic to repair itself and get on flow again. It probably takes at least 1 cycle, if not 2 cycles, to get back into a good flow. So it's it's not much, but it doesn't, that intersection is failing, and it's been failing for forever. And so every little thing, every little disruption causes a problem. And I think that's what you're hearing, because we all live with it every day, and know how fragile that intersection is.
And I'll just add that in our packet, there was an email from the town expressing safety concerns over the situation that John just described. If you have the incoming from Washington Street, concerns about the way the traffic would back up from the other side of Main Street toward the train station, getting in the way of things like safety response. And I just concur with what John said, because I've lived that, and being behind a car turning left there just sounds like enough to run me out of town.
So I think we made our point, right? We all agree that you can't go in on Washington Street. You could possibly only come out if there's some way to magically make that parking work with just a single garage door on Washington Street. That would be better, but I've been trying to look at it and I can't figure it out either. Because really the retail doesn't want to be along Washington Street, right? We ran a strip of
Washington Street is not a very good retail street.
No.
It would be nicer if we could incorporate the loading area into the retail space. That would really help it out. But again, it's kind of there's sort of I think a question also of the existing tire store and our tire repair. They may not have that many trips, but they still have active driveways, both on Washington Street and Main Street. And so I guess there's a question about, the existence currently of active traffic patterns that are actually a lot less managed than what we're showing here.
Yeah, but let's not worry about what they're doing, because that's not that active site, frankly.
Right. I mean, you know how many, I mean, they generate probably 10 trips a day, period, right? And most of it is in the, a lot of it's in the early PM or early AM, when they're dropping off cars. So it's really, it's not comparable at all.
Not at all. No, agree. This is a challenge.
Yeah, I would say, this is all very helpful feedback for us. I think this is food for thought as we consider this project and our options for mitigating this issue. When we design projects like this, particularly in this location, it really is designed with a focus on being transit oriented. And the way that these are designed is to have residents self-select who will be more inclined to actually take public transit. And that's the kind of people who are drawn to projects like this, who really will be taking public transit and walking and taking bicycles in their trips. And that's really what this is designed to do and promote. And that's the goals of the town's 40R district, is to promote exactly that, the type of alternate forms of transportation that are other than vehicles. So we certainly recognize that this is an issue, and we'll look at these issues as we move forward. and take everyone's opinions into consideration as we develop this.
We should probably open this up for public discussion. Are there any hands raised, Julie?
Not that I see yet, but I'll just remind everybody, if you'd like to make a comment, you can now look at the bottom of your Zoom screen, and under reactions, there's a raise hand feature. If you can't find it or figure out how to make it work, you can do this and I'll look for you. I'm not seeing any. Oh, Nancy Toomey has her hand raised.
All right, Nancy, please tell us your name. Obviously, we know that, and your address.
Hi, yes, I'm Nancy Toomey. I'm at 23 California Road, and I'm actually here to take a look at it as a favor for the Johnsons who live next door. They're the two-family that's on Washington Street, and they've asked a couple of things of me to give some opinions, and I have some questions for you regarding them. The
Please
first,
go ahead.
Thank you. The first is the 15-foot setback from a residence district. Are you considering this then not a residence district because it has a overflow for the 40R? But I didn't see that 15-foot setback on the plan. They have a enclosed parking garage that goes right up to the Johnson's driveway, essentially, or their property line. And that's all enclosed with a fairly substantial wall that separates their property from this structure. And it has a green roof on it, which is nice, but it would be nice to know how that's going to be maintained and who gets access to it and how that gets overlooked on the Johnson's property. It's a little concerning because it is so close in such a big wall. And I don't know whether there's been consideration for putting some kind of decoration on that wall or how that is also, I mean, obviously these are very early times. There's lots of things that have to be developed, but those are some of the concerns that the Johnsons have. It's a big structure right up against their property. It is a residential district. It just happens to have some 40R overdraft on it. And I didn't know if that made it a separate type of circumstance.
Jeff, can you address that?
Sure. So obviously the split zone lot does indeed make it a different type of circumstance. Obviously probably lean on Jesse to get into any more of the technicalities with the legalities of the zoning, but to my understanding is it basically allows our project to be developed entirely as though it was a business D project within a 40R district. And so that's sort of one thing. Secondly, there's currently an 8-foot tall fence that exists along the length of the property. And we obviously want to acknowledge that that's already providing a continuous barrier along the property line. Now, to your kind of last comment regarding the design of that wall, we obviously want to make it as attractive as possible and would be more than willing to work with the neighbors to make sure that that was something that was agreeable. And then with regards to the 15-foot setback, that is at the upper podium level, and that's relative to some of the other dimensional requirements in the abutting zoning district.
If I could follow up, I know the fence there is 8 feet and that makes a lot of sense, but I believe you probably will be closer to 10 or 12 feet in height for that garage podium.
We're taller than that. We will be taller.
Right, that's pretty imposing along that edge. That's the comment. I'm not sure that they, will be objecting to that. It's just, it's a significant structure right against their property line.
Yeah, it is also possible for us to have that be open air and have uncovered parking, but that sort of creates its own separate issue. And I think that, we worked on the Ace Flats building which obviously may have some mixed feelings around town regarding, how that was developed. But all things aside, that did enclose a large 69 car garage in that podium. And I know that the rear portion of that building was very reconciled individually with each of the abutters, so that process of accommodating abutters as we're designing something that's going to be a feature of their property, or at least an abutting feature of their property, we're very conscientious to that.
Thanks. I'll make sure they understand that. Thank you.
Jeff, you may want to share your information with Nancy relative to how to contact you.
Yeah, absolutely.
That be okay, Nancy? Good.
That would be
Okay,
great. Thank you very much.
no problem. Bruce Johnson, you've got your hand raised.
Thank you. Yes, Bruce Johnson. I live at 166 Washington Street. My brother and his family own the duplex with me. I'm actually on the side of the property that the development is proposed. And I just asked that consideration for setbacks and step backs are considered here, as well as height. The Rise property is set back. It's behind our dwelling, but it's set back 15 feet, and then it does step back from there. This property, I do feel like there's some benefit to an enclosed garage. This is right against the house. So, I'm not totally against that. But I'm also wondering about the overall height of the building compared to other size developments. I know Rise is quite large. The development up the street at the Chronicle building isn't quite as high. So, as a neighbor who's, facing this, we're going to be losing, a fair amount of sky and sunlight. So obviously we'd just like to see it be in, a good proportion in terms of us and the residents next door.
Well said. Are there any other hands raised? Yes, Kevin Vent. Is that your hand that's we're seeing raised?
I'm seeing John Barnes with his hand raised.
I don't see him. Okay, John, please go
Yeah,
ahead.
hi. Thank you. I don't know if Kevin also had something to add, but just quickly, Jonathan Barnes, I would want to strenuously concur with what the CPDC members discussed concerning vehicular access and egress. That I know there's only 12 units, but I do want to point out that many of those units, and I know you talked about it, where people will want to access the transportation hub there. However, need to remind all of us that many of these units are 2-bedroom units, and actually some, or at least one, is a 3-bedroom unit. So I anticipate, in addition to there being a partner or a spouse, there's likely going to be children in several of these units. So the possibility that even if one of the household members is taking the train, I have every reason to expect that at least one or two others will want to take advantage of a car. And as everybody's indicated, that intersection and that area getting in and out is going to be extremely challenging. So I just wanted to concur about that. Also, I just want to echo what the most recent speakers have said about the step backs and the setbacks, which, as the commission knows, is an issue that's of great concern to me in terms of the neighboring residences. And this is the perfect example where that's the case. I may have come in late, but can you explain? I know that the parking is just the one story, but if I understood the design correctly, the 4 stories will be going up. I don't know if they're stepped back at all from that parking structure, or are they all going to be up that high? Because I am equally concerned about the step back and the setback issues related to the neighboring properties, not just the immediate abutter. Thank you.
Jeff, you may want to bring that picture back up so that
Yeah,
Mr. Barnes can see that.
I think, let me show.
That'd be great. Thank you.
there's the it's three-dimensional view. I think will give you a good idea.
Yes.
So we step back. We vary between 8-foot setback and 2-foot setback at the podium along Main and Washington Street, and then we set back 15 feet from the east lot line and 3.5 feet from the north lot line. So there's a high degree of articulation around the building.
I was just going to ask about it. Does it look like the second, third, and fourth floors are stepped back even beyond that 15-foot setback on the eastern facade?
Yeah, correct. They are. So there's some parts to it
Okay.
where there'll be as much as the interior parts will be set back an additional 5 feet. So these are 20 feet in setback, and it's good observation actually. It's really only these townhouse faces that are going to be at 15 feet at this portion of the building.
Okay, thank you. I still, as the commission members know, I am particularly concerned about the view of these 40R projects from not just abutting residences, but from neighboring residences who all are going to be looking up at what was not 4 stories in their immediate vicinity, but now are. So I don't know whether you can consider, or the commission would consider, any increased step backs in that rear section, although that is significant, and I appreciate that. But that would just be an issue that I would just want to express, as the commission knows. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
And again, here, I think it was a good observation to compare this building to the Rise and the differences between how we're treating our east facade versus how the Rise is treating the east facade.
Okay, Julie, do you see any additional hands up?
I do not. Let me look through everybody though, just make sure I'm not missing somebody. No, I don't see any. Pam.
Okay. I think we need to maybe have a continuance so that we can look at traffic yet again.
Yeah, I think that makes sense, Madam Chair. We have a number of items, as I mentioned before, to lose, particularly on the issue of traffic and parking, you know, and to return to a point that I made a few minutes ago, and perhaps it's responsive to what Mr. Barnes just mentioned about the parking in multiple bedrooms. You know, when I said that a project like this is self-selecting, part of that is within the control of management. And so for projects like this, I do a lot of development under 40B, and the sort of rule of thumb for projects like this, even in more automobile focused areas, automobile dependent areas, even the standard is typically about 1.5 spaces per unit. So this is in pretty decent company in terms of projects across the state, particularly in this area. But what we have seen increasingly in projects like this is the parking will become decoupled from units, and that will mean that residents would need to buy or lease the parking spaces independently of their ownership of the units, or have dedicated spaces and with option to purchase more. And so what that does, that has the effect of selecting people who are looking at this sort of thing and making the decision whether to have 2 cars, if there's 2 bedrooms or 3 bedrooms, or whether to have 1 car at all. And some of them won't. Some of them will have 2, as Mr. Barnes mentioned. But part of that isn't within our control, and we can take a look at that, and Sam can take a look at coming up with a parking demand management plan and what options we have. So we appreciate the feedback from everybody. It's critical we have that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Julie, do we have a time?
Can I just make one more comment?
Sure.
I'm just trying to look through the floor plans. That 3-bedroom unit, is that a really large? Are those large bedrooms? Does that need to be a 3-bedroom? Consider making just that a 2-bedroom.
Yeah, so it'd be, obviously, we need to get into the design of those units a little bit more, but yeah, the idea, you could almost have 4 bedrooms along the east lot line. But we've allowed it to have basically a study in the master suite, and then 2 bedrooms at the lower level, at the first floor level of the duplex, and then a nice double high living room.
Okay, I see that. And you're not providing an affordable unit because you're at 12. Is that what's happening here?
That's correct.
I would ask that you consider providing an affordable unit.
I think at this point, Mr. Savina, it's not proposed for that, just for the
I know, I just said
economic aspects of the project being
right. So why don't you give us a little pro forma that shows that you can't provide it, then might go a long way into getting it approved.
Okay, we'll take that into consideration. Thank you.
Julie, do you have anything on the schedule for this continuance?
Yeah, so it looks like the 7:30 slot is open on the March 14th meeting, if that works for the applicant.
That'll work for us.
Again, the time was
7:30.
30.
Yeah, March 14th.
7:30, March 14th.
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Vote on that.
Yeah, I'll make a motion. I just have a question though before I make the motion. This is a 12 unit project?
12.
Yes.
Okay, I was counting things up funny. All right, so anyhow, I will move that we continue the hearing for the 40R review for 459 Main Street to March 14th at 7:30.
We have a second? I can second it. And can we don't vote on this?
Yes.
Yes.
John?
Okay.
John? Okay, we're good.
Thank you, everyone. We'll see you on March 14th.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next order of business, even though it is 10:23, is the continued public hearing, proposed zoning bylaw amendment, section 10.5, downtown smart growth district, 40R overlay.
So I'm just going to get the documents ready real quick.
Excellent.
Andrew, I close out of the minutes if you want to take over. No pressure. Just find the right version here. So we got feedback from town council today, which I sent you this afternoon. And I can go through that really quickly. We also got at 6:46 p.m. tonight some comments and feedback from some of the residents. So, which I haven't had a chance to look at. So I was going to propose to just go through town council's comments and then we can look at what the residents have provided, if that seems like the right approach.
Yes.
Okay. Can you all see that document?
Yes, now we can.
Okay, so as noted in my email and in her email or his email, they didn't have any major issues with the things that are in here. So that was awesome. So I'm just going to scroll down and they did provide comments. And so we'll show where those comments are. So Ethan commented here that we include the definition of lot coverage, but because we don't reference it anywhere, and in the table we kept it as not applicable. You know, we actually don't need to have the definition twice because it's the same definition that's in section 2. So if we do end up leaving lot coverage alone the way it is, then we might want to consider removing this definition from section 10.5.
My only suggestion is it's not for the bylaw, but when we take it to town meeting, because lot coverage wasn't lot coverage the subject of one of the instructional motions, that we might want to at least have it in there as reference, but have it consistent with the other place in the bylaw. Because at town meeting, people will only see this, not the other section.
That's correct. It's a great point.
Okay.
And there's probably no problem keeping it for additional clarification.
Right, it just could create confusion 10 years later, but you know, then we at least have it there.
Yeah. You know what, let me just turn real quick. All right. Next comment was just a question about how this minimum lot area would impact the ability for developable units in the district, which is something Andrew and I are working on figuring out. And then I don't know that this is necessarily a non-starter having this in here, because I think DHCD will just look at the analysis we provide, and I don't know that this in and of itself would be something they wouldn't allow, or would be a reason for them to like reject our bylaw. It just would change the calculation of what we can achieve, and potentially change the calculation on the money that we were paid back when the district was approved. So I don't think we need to change anything there, and we'll work with town council and share with them our analysis, which Andrew started at the last meeting. So that's in process.
Are we going to talk about that analysis? Right, you shared it a little bit.
Yeah, sure.
So I'll start off by saying, because I looked at that a little bit, and maybe the last without talking specifically about it, but the you know, our last hearing here, our last item on the agenda is a case in point. I know throughout this effort in revising these, we have said, and I think consistently among the commission, that, you know, one of the main important things is to have the affordable units, right, for development. And so, right, at a 12 unit development, we don't get any affordable units, and which I think was the, you know, part of the spur of, like, we don't want everyone using, you know, everyone on a 4,000 foot lot using this, you know, to try and develop. I guess I had calculated out, and I'm sorry, I'm looking at my notes here. If we calculate it as anything below 8,042 square feet, I think that calculation is right, then right, you need 8,042 square feet in order to at 65 units an acre, right, which is the top of what we're including in our steps below, to be able to get 12 units. Does that make sense? I said that awkwardly, I know, but right, if we're saying that 65 units an acre is the max that we'll ever allow, and we want every development that uses this, and this is more of a question, but we want every unit that uses this to be able to generate affordable units, then we shouldn't allow or even contemplate development of lots less than 8,042 square feet, because they won't generate that.
So did you actually do the math based on 13 units?
I did the math on 12 on over 12 units. So maybe it needs to be 12.49 or something, or 12.5, 12.50.
Because, right, it's
So
more
you're
than
right.
12 units is what triggers
Right.
an affordability requirement, but that's another topic for conversation. But this is tied into that. So thank you for stopping me.
So if you're 10,000 square feet, I mean, I guess my point is there's no point no point in going below that, right? Because everyone's gonna be below the threshold of requiring affordable units on sites below 8,000 something. And as we just saw, more often than not, you can't even fit site circulation, let alone, you know, sort of some of the other things that we're talking about. Maybe that calculation isn't the right way, isn't exactly right, but the point is there is some maximum, there's some both of a maximum and maximum density and minimum lot size that we really want to be able to develop using this bylaw.
So
maybe we don't need to restrict it the other way because the max density will cap it.
which other way?
Maybe, you know, we don't need to restrict the minimum lot size.
So the other part of this too is that the initial feedback from town council believes that you can so reduce the threshold for projects with affordable components. So that you could set it at like 8 or 9 units or 6 units or whatever it is you want. That's not verified by DHCD, but that's town council's interpretation of the minimum requirements for affordability. So we can reduce the threshold and we can increase the percentage. Since DHCD just sets the minimum. So, yeah.
Do you know, Julie, do you know, is there some, right, because there's an administrative function to that, and I presume that at some level it does not pay anyone to try and manage, you know, 1 or 2 affordable units, or maybe we don't care. I guess.
Yeah, so there are
level.
consultants out there who do that kind of work, and there's also, I mean, there's like so many different programs around affordable housing and affordable units and how they're managed and monitored, and I don't know that I would necessarily have that be a limiting factor.
Right.
If the goal is to create affordable units.
And the goal is to, in town, have at least 10% affordable housing, right?
Across town, yeah.
So should we lower it to say any unit, any project that has 10 units or 9 should have at least 1, and then then we're getting projects that in and of themselves have 10% and help us ideally stay on target or close to on target.
So if you did 9 and then you had a minimum lot area of 6,000 square feet, like just based on what John was saying earlier, would those two things, like, would that be like the perfect nexus?
I don't know.
Like, and with also the 65 units per acre. I don't know, but I was thinking 9 might be a good number. Like more than 8, basically.
Yeah.
And is that true for both apartments and condominiums?
Yeah, it would be for all projects. The requirement for like the percentage of units that have to be affordable is different. So it's 25% in rental projects and 20% in ownership projects. So actually, how's that math working?
And Julie, isn't there a limit for the entire district?
What do you mean a limit?
I thought it required that we maintain a 20% affordability for all units all new units in the district.
20% affordability of all units across the district. Yeah. So that's not, I guess that's a lower limit. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But maintaining a 10% just would, if you went in and said, okay, all these developments are going to have at least a 10%, and we built out the entire district, that wouldn't put us where we need to be.
Right. So no one so far has suggested that.
No.
Yeah. And that's actually something we can't do in 40R. We have to have at least 20% of units have to be affordable in projects of more than 12 units. That's currently, that's the minimum set by DHCD.
But in units, in developments less than 12 units, there's no restriction.
Right.
No limitation.
But town council thinks we could reduce the threshold. Yeah. Just like we increase the percentage.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Andrew, was there a I'm going to say a profile, a curve? Like, was there some information that you gleaned from looking at the lot sizes and the frontages that you know, that you said, oh, here, like the
Yeah, I haven't been able to run the analysis, any type of real analysis yet. I put that together kind of late today because I knew it was going to come up. But no, so unfortunately, I don't have any type.
All right.
So there is like some opportunity as town council digs into this more after we like make it official tonight, that there could be like the motion on the floor of town meeting could be slightly different than what's printed in the warrant. If like certain things need to change or if things they think we can do, DHCD says we can't do. Just putting that out there. Should we continue and revisit when we're talking about the affordability piece down below?
Yeah, I agree. Let's go ahead.
Okay. Find the next thing. Okay, so here, oh, I guess it's the next thing to talk about. So here it is. Here we are. We haven't changed the conversation at all.
No, that's fine.
I think it's good to have, if you did want to change this, to actually have something in mind so that it's as presented in the warrant. It's a change that would like then we could always remove it if DHCD says it's not allowed, but if we don't include it, we wouldn't be able to add it later necessarily because of the 4 corners threshold. So were we thinking maybe 8 projects of more than 8 units?
I'm trying to think of a reason to object to that, and I can't think of one.
Other than pushback from
Well,
developers.
right, yeah.
I wouldn't go any less than 10.
So for pushback from a developer, if we were to set a requirement that was a town requirement, essentially, not a DHCD requirement, could a developer then seek a waiver from our own requirement since it's not a state requirement?
I was just wondering the same thing.
I would assume so.
See.
Right, so would this be another arena
well,
where we'd be?
let me just see, because we actually say very explicitly what cannot be waived. So I just want to see how it's worded. I don't remember exactly where it is in here. Let me just see. It's probably under waivers. Notwithstanding anything to the contrary in the zoning bylaw, the affordability provisions of section 10.5.10 shall not be waived. Yeah, so like, I see what you're asking is slightly different, I guess, right? Like, would the state allow us to waive it as long as we didn't waive it beyond what they require?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that would be that would be like a part B question, right? If we're going to change it, then could we also waive it? And we might need to change the language down below so that it would say something about that. Let me go back to the
Julie, when calculating affordable units, are we always rounding up or are we rounding to the nearest whole number?
Yeah, so that's also a great question because right here, fractional units.
Okay.
The fraction shall be rounded up to the next whole number if the fraction is 0.5 or more. So that this is different than 40B actually. So 40R, I think requires rounding up, or sorry, rounding either way, right? And 40B always requires rounding up. And I thought of this earlier today because I did remember that in your waivers below, which let me just go to that really quick. We mentioned that for the purpose of interpreting the waivers, we round everything up. I think that's what we said. Which doesn't necessarily have to conflict with the prior section since this is like the waiver section. So it's like above and beyond. But we would definitely want to double check that we don't have a conflict here. Yeah, so here we have fractional numbers should always be rounded to the next highest integer. And I don't know if that's right, like that could also be changed if you wanted to not have it that way.
So Julie, getting back to your other question of, is it 8 or 9 or 10? My rationale really is I'm trying to peg it to that 10, the goal, kind of the need of retaining 10% of the housing stock as affordable. And that gets me to perhaps 9 or 10. I don't know if 8 then becomes something that gets more pushback more often and people are asking for waivers if they can, and we're actually not getting toward our goal. I don't know if that is just some sort of tipping point. I'm
Well,
interested in what
our
others think.
goal, if the goal townwide is 10% affordable and this bylaw requires at least 20, we meet that goal before we get to 10 units. Right? If we
Right.
get projects that have an affordable component, right?
Right. And then I'm thinking, okay, for the units, do we keep getting, are we going to keep seeing proposals of just exactly 12 so that, that's a sweet spot if you're building, right? So do we push that down to 9 or 10? You had suggested 8. I don't know where the difference between 8 or 9 gets us. If 8 gets us more pushback than affordable units.
I don't see why we can't continue to ask for it, by the way, like we just did.
Absolutely.
Carrot and a stick, and we should just start using the stick a little more often.
Yeah. That too.
Right. Every site in downtown is going to be challenged. They're going to have to get waivers. They're going to have to mitigate something. And maybe the priority is the affordable unit instead of the solar panels. Right. But drop it down to 10 and see what happens. Or 9 or whatever number you want. 9.5.
So I do remember the discussion. I do remember the discussion when we were going through this originally. That the thought was that we didn't want to delve too far below 12 because we wanted to sort of make sure that we weren't stymieing interest in development, right? I think that we're that hasn't been a problem, and I think that we're at that point where, right, we've laid the base work here, and so I do think that we're in a place where that number should go down, because I do remember that was the reason for trying to keep it up, to 12, and I don't think we're there anymore.
Were you a proponent for going even lower than 10?
Yes, I would move it down to 8.
John, 8 at 20% or 8 at 10%?
No, it has to be at least 20%.
Okay.
That we can't change. That's the statute. We can change it up.
Change. Maybe we already said that.
Yeah.
Right. So from 8 to 10 units, the number doesn't change. It's 2 units. Am I doing
Right.
that?
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't make any difference.
But now, you're talking about you're really talking about 25% on an 8-unit building. And that might push the boundaries, of what's financially feasible.
So DHCD could always say, you can't go that low.
Okay.
When they review this.
But then that's after town meeting has voted on it.
Well, it was submitted to them exactly 3 months before town meeting, which
Yeah.
they say they need 90 days. So they should hopefully get back to us.
Okay. All right.
And we follow up with them every week.
What happens if the state doesn't approve something that town meeting approves? Does just that piece have to revert, or does the whole thing become?
So the bylaw that we have today, my understanding is the bylaw that we have today is effective until DHCD approves any changes. So whether they give us feedback before a town meeting or are unreachable. I mean, we follow up every week. we have town council trying to get in touch with them as well. So, I mean, I'm hopeful that we'll at least be able to get some feedback.
All right.
We've met their 90-day timeframe. They say they need 90 days to review, and we sent it to them 90 days before town meeting. So, you know.
Thanks.
Okay.
So we'll say 8 and we'll just see what they say.
Yep.
Okay.
Keep going.
Yeah, I was just trying to think if I'm missing anything. I just want to check something real quick. Okay. Yeah, so there was a comment about some of the language. Yeah, right here. Okay. So they pointed out that we have, and it's existing language, it's not the proposed language, but where we say significant project impacts, the chapter 40R actually says extraordinary adverse project impacts. So, and then separately from that, town council is reviewing what extraordinary means and whether any of these things in this language proposed here would, it says they're looking for guidance to understand extraordinary to determine whether the massing scale, size, etc., as they affect compatibility with character of surrounding buildings will fall within that provision. Like whether any of these metrics would be considered an extraordinary impact.
Okay.
So then I wanted to ask, should we change this to actually say extraordinary adverse impact instead of significant?
I mean, that just seems like it's setting us up for never being able to prove this.
But I don't know to what extent, like, sorry, what'd you say, Nick? For never being able to do it?
It seems to me like the state could make a case that that we could never meet some extraordinary, right? Extraordinary condition, and extraordinary impacts just seem like they're something we could never prove.
Yeah, and just kind of just the definition of the word itself, aside from the legal investigation, which is important, is, extraordinary is something that should happen, be a reason every once in a while, not, yeah.
Extraordinary.
Right.
Right. But then the question I would then ask is, like, if you did deny it based on some significant project impact and it went to litigation or to court, like 40R would come back and say, that's not an extraordinary adverse project impact. Maybe. I don't know.
So the key here is to include the extraordinary wording, but use our definition of extraordinary, which is significant.
Have they defined anywhere what extraordinary means?
That's what town council is researching for us.
Yeah. We need to know what that is.
There is a comment from John Barnes.
Thank you, Julie. I just wanted to ask, but didn't they already approve? Didn't the HCD already approve that language?
Yeah, that is correct, John. They approved us having this language in here already. They're not saying, like, DHCD is not saying your language doesn't match. Town council's just pointing out to us that it doesn't match.
The case becomes, if it's taken to court, they can say that you may have denied it based on your definition of significant project impacts, but the law doesn't allow you to deny it because of significant. They must be extraordinary. So if we put extraordinary in the actual bylaw, we can say we're denying it because of extraordinary impacts.
Well, and then town council will say whether any of these things here can be used to justify something, that something is an extraordinary impact.
I'd rather see what they dig up before I changed it.
Yeah.
I don't like that word.
There's another person in the audience who has.
Dave Talbot, did you want to inject your opinion, comment, thought?
Hi, everybody. Let me just turn the camera on. Yeah, I just wanted to point out that, you know, we did have just a few, I think, very subtle changes. So at some point, we'd like to just go over and show you what I think these are things you might want to really consider and that could be done in the same spirit of that great change you just made, moving the 12 down to 8. So whenever that's convenient, it won't take very long. The document's there. Julie mentioned, you know, we sent it in earlier. So I just didn't know when that would be a good time to do.
Well, we haven't gotten all the way through this with our own comments.
Okay.
So I think
Oh,
maybe we should
great.
wait a little bit. Just a
Okay,
little
I'm
bit.
sorry. You just called on somebody else, so I put my hand up. I apologize.
Okay.
I'll go back and.
Thank you.
So John had contributed this very language in this section, so. Anyway.
Okay.
So you guys agree, just wait and see what Cpdc digs up.
I would.
Seem good to you guys? Yeah, okay.
Yep.
And then they didn't have any comments on the waivers yet or on, I just highlighted this for myself so I can make sure we don't have a conflict.
Right, fractional.
And then with any of the payment in lieu, the way that's, they didn't have any concerns about that. Yeah, they did like a cursory review, and then they'll do their full review once we submit it to them tomorrow, once the hearing is closed. So, but on an initial review, they didn't have any major comments or concerns. I guess I'll go back up to the 6,000 square feet really quick.
I'm sorry, I've been doing some math here. I think actually by moving the affordable units down, right, that actually takes care of those issues where we might have people using this to develop, you know, sort of smaller developments that might not help us. Right. So we move that down. You know, I was just doing the math, like 6,000 on a 6,000 square foot parcel. I think they're developing at 8. The max they can do is 8 units anyways. Right. And then the question is someone really gonna use this with all the restrictions that it comes with to build a 4-unit, you know, 5-unit, 6-unit development? Like they're not, right? There's too much. It would be much easier to do something different, right? Because there's a lot of things that come along with using this bylaw instead of just by right.
Do you mean using this bylaw as it's being crafted right now, like proposed to be amended?
Yes. Yes.
Because we do have 2 examples of 6,000 square foot lots with projects less than 8 units. So.
Right. But I think we have built in a number of things in this that it's that probably won't happen.
Yep. Okay. So do you think
pervasively there might be 1 or 2, which is okay.
So do you all think we should just leave it at 6,000?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
It was from me.
Heather, Tony?
Yes,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, all right. And then I did have one other thing, but I think we can revisit it at the end and we can look at what Dave has
right
Oh, let me just,
Tell us when it's convenient time for him to weigh in on it.
1 second, I just need to. I just want to make sure I save this. Okay. Let me just grab Dave's. My email.
Is that your cat, Heather?
You know the hour when the cat's here is like, what are you doing here?
So,
okay, Dave, you're on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dave Talbot, 75 Linden Street. Appreciate all your efforts. A few of us got together. We want to just give nice, tight, constructive feedback with potential small changes that I think you might want to consider. I don't know if you can see the note there at the right. We just tried to summarize. I think the overall feedback was, some really good stuff in here, and thank you for your work. I think the single largest change would be to set a hard cap, because you have these tiers, but it's not explicit that no project above X units an acre shall be allowed. And I don't know if that's what you were driving at, John, but it might be good to just have that in there, so you're not getting these really kind of excessive kind of opening gambits from people, and you're starting them off with a hard limit. Your draft suggests that you're going for a 65 units acre cap. We would suggest that 60 is plenty, and that should be the cap, but that there should be a cap in here. That's still three times what the density that 40R requires. So that's the one big one that we hope you will impose and edit in tonight. If you can just scroll down. If we tweak something, I left a comment. In lot coverage, this points to the lot coverage definition. And I know that you didn't want to add driveways and parking lots, but adding transformer pads and utility installations feels like it is something that really is part of a lot coverage of a project. And we would propose that you add a definition that transformer pads and meter banks and utilities would be considered part of a project's lot coverage. Of course, later you don't have any maximum lot coverage set, so it's moot unless you were to add that, which we do propose that you put in 85 later. Okay, if you could continue. That's a somewhat minor point, but that's just saying, nice job on your green Civic and so forth, and keep going. That looked like a really nice solution that you came up with. And also Jonathan's additions were really nice too. Okay, so here where there's this comment, I don't know if you can see, I can't see as a viewer in the public, I can't see what this refers to, so I don't know if anybody else can. But if anybody is watching, I don't know. This comment here about unreasonably diminishes economic feasibility, it's in there, but it doesn't say who decides and who adjudicates whether something is unreasonable. And we drafted a sentence that says, well, that means CPDC has the right to bring in, some kind of accountant and get the pro formas or the purchase and sales agreements and other relevant documents, so that you actually have a sentence in there that says, hey, this is how this happens. And maybe it's somewhere else, but we didn't see it somewhere else. But then you have a thing to fall back on of what you can do when somebody says, oh, you're killing me here. You'll have, well, okay, give me your pro forma, your purchase and sale, whatever else, we'll have our accountant look at it. So we have a sentence proposing that, gives you that authority to do that.
Okay.
I don't know if there's a way to do that otherwise or how it's handled, but anyway, you can keep going. So we do propose in the lot coverage, it's never been added that there's actually anything other than there's not applicable that, you know, and you've done some other nice things in here that it makes it unlikely that anybody would actually be able to build anything at above 85%. Nevertheless, what's the harm is kind of where we thought, you know, why not have it in there as an extra layer of protection on whatever people might propose to just, you know, we didn't quite understand why there's a downside to having 85% lot coverage, given that you have, you know, this 30-foot combined setback and other things in your tiers that would almost certainly result in that. Why not, you know, we would strongly advocate to add 85. We believe that's in the business B, the underlying business B. So it's no more onerous than what's already applicable throughout the zone. So just add the 85. The concern, the 30% combined setback is a nice feature. It's a great idea. The only thing we were thinking about, okay, what if you have a very wide but shallow lot? You know, the inclination is going to be to put the setbacks on the shallow side. And is there a way to protect against that? And I think Nick was hitting on that at the last meeting of saying, how do you do this combined? And what does that mean if it's not a perfectly square lot? It depends on the shape of the lot, what that actually means in terms of space. I don't know the solution, just flagging it. Maybe that gets tweaked later or not. Okay, now this one is a substantive one where the proposed deletion there, I can't see it here on the way you're displaying it. I can't see it. I assume you guys can, but the proposed deletion there.
Is it, can people see it? I don't
Yes,
know.
I can see it.
Okay.
Okay.
For everybody.
All right,
Okay.
maybe it's just how I have my screen. Oh, it's just how I have my screen. My apologies. Yeah, okay, it's my fault. So you put in something there saying that you, in no case can you require more than a 30-foot setback. And this was in Jonathan's transitional areas, and now you're setting yourself this hard limit. And it seemed like you're kind of handcuffing yourselves a little bit because, you know, you already have to have the 15-foot setback into a residential zone, if not always a residential use, although that would be the intent of the bylaw. And you're requiring this combined 30-foot setback. And now we're talking about the situation of a transitional area, and you're saying, oh, but in no case can CPDC force you to do more than 30 feet. And it just seemed like, why would that be? It just seems like it hurts your ability to get some of these things done. So we would propose to chop that little phrase out, or we didn't know if maybe that you meant that to be additive to any existing setback, in which case should that be 45 or 60. But the simplest way is just to cut it out to protect you from not inadvertently hampering your ability to create these kinds of open spaces in transitional areas. Did I miss something there? Does that look like something that we caught, or is there something that we're missing there? Or maybe, I don't know. I mean, when we look ahead, we look at Rite Aid as Exhibit A of the perfect place to do something, you know, between the existing building and whatever there.
You mean the old Rite Aid?
Correct. The old
Okay.
Rite Aid is really the big one coming up, where there's such a great opportunity there to do something nice. You have some mature trees, you have a buffer to the residential, you know, up, you know, Green and Haven, that, you know, if suddenly you're only allowed to require 30 feet, then you've lost maybe the opportunity to have a bigger size park there. So for all those reasons, it seemed like you might want to slice that little phrase out. So carrying on.
Maybe John, he has his hand raised. Maybe he can explain like what he was thinking with that language.
Yes, Jonathan Barnes.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate those comments, Dave. Although, and I may be missing something, but when I included that language about the setbacks, that total minimum setback language wasn't there. They added that after that. So, and I may be missing something, but the total minimum setbacks is I understood it to mean the total of all of the setbacks, and I was only referring to the rear setback, or I guess maybe it's the side setback abutting a residential district.
Understood.
And I only made it to be 30 feet. It was 15 feet, to no more than 30 feet, only because I thought it would be unreasonable to not, for CPDC to not try to put any cap. But if there is some conflict with that new provision about the total minimum setback that may present the problem, then I guess I may not be seeing it, but I understand the point and would be willing to somehow moderate it. But I just thought leaving it open-ended would be far too generous.
It could be. Just gaming that out, though, the logical place to put the setback on the Rite Aid, the old Rite Aid project, the logical single place to put it is in the parking lot area, go to the curb on Haven and to the curb on Green, right? And then, of course, right up against that existing building. So you would logically put the entire setback to where toward the parking lot area. So you would, in this case, then already have 30 feet based on this combined 30 feet. I mean, that's just kind of what seems like common sense of what would happen there. So then
I don't think we even have a proposal on the books yet for that particular piece of property.
No, of course you don't. I mean, we're speaking theoretically as Jonathan.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's why it was like, why would you say it can't be more than 30 feet when one would think that might be where they would put that anyway. So so anyway, that was the thinking.
And that's a fair point. I mean, I appreciate your point with regard to that site. And I guess I could see increasing it to 45 if the commission even entertained accepting it, period. But I'd leave that up to the commission, but it's a good point, Dave.
Okay. It also dovetails with a later point where you've given some, it might be the next one. If you scroll down a bit.
On the step back?
I'm sorry, yeah, just keeping going down on these changes. And your stuff's great, Jonathan, by the way. So keeping going, you have a fee in lieu proposed here. Now, it was really late. I don't remember. I'm a little foggy on January 24th, but I know there was discussion of fee in lieu.
Yes.
I don't remember this $75 a square foot, if that actually.
That was in the discussion.
Okay, so it just, when you look at the math for that, we did the math and we thought, okay, what if somebody was going to do a nice little pocket park of even 10 foot deep by 20 foot wide, which could be a nice little place for benches or tables or trees. And then for 15 grand is all that developer would have to pay to not have to provide that. And all of this discussion and town meeting motions and all this and that, and what you've heard from the community, that for 15 grand, they could just buy their way out of it. It just seemed to us like it's best to put, to kind of Jonathan's point of give you the authority to have them provide, okay, have an in lieu language, that's a good idea, but have it be that they should provide a comparable amenity somewhere else as part of the overall project approval, and not just a small check that gets put in somewhere and who knows, down the road, somebody has to administrate it. What are they really going to buy for 15 grand or 20 grand? But it's like, okay, you want your approval, you don't want to do it here. Okay, where are you doing this elsewhere in the zone? And let's get it done. So, but not specifying exactly, it's still your discretion as CBDC of what that would look like. What's a comparable amenity, but do it as part of the approval. And maybe if you have 2 or 3 projects, going back to Rite Aid, for example, maybe people are willing to contribute to have that be a bigger open area, just speaking conceptually here, theoretically. So, but the $75 a square foot just seems kind of so small as to be just kind of a loophole, quite frankly. And
that, though, we did some math and I'm trying to find it. I can't remember, but the math was we
Julie
tethered
has
it to
that.
something different, where initially it was density and then it ended up being the percentage of square foot that's being required, and it got us to kind of the
David,
numbers
do you
that
see
seemed to
that?
make
Do you
sense.
see this on your screen?
I do, but
okay.
And I see that there was a thought process, but not how, when you look at what somebody has to pay to not have to do a little pocket park, and you look at it the other way, it starts to seem like a trivial amount of money.
Well, we'll look at the math here because this is the initial calculations did make it seem trivial compared to some of the projects, because if I remember correctly, it was tied to density. And when we tied it to
The square feet of open space being offset.
yeah, the square,
So-
yeah, then, you know, the per $75 per square foot, look at the column Q way over there on the far right. It's getting to dollars that start to be more
That's
significant.
significant, right?
Right.
Those
So
are the calculations.
basically, like the CPDC last time, it was very late, talked about how many square feet do you want per excess density, right? And I think originally we had it at 10 square feet or 20 square feet.
Mhm.
And then they talked about increasing it to 50 square foot per unit of excess density, right? So we did the math on that and showed what the numbers would be, and then showed what % of lot area that would be, like these required open space areas would be equivalent to. For these are all projects. Let me scroll back. These are all the projects, you know, we're looking at as examples to guide us. And then they decided, what if we so in some cases here, it was similar payments for very different size lots, right? And so then they were like, what if we tied it to % of lot area? So it would be more even, I guess.
Or maybe I
across
misunderstood.
projects, right? So then they actually changed the requirement in the waivers to be a certain % of lot area. And then whatever that square feet would look like, it's 75 per square foot of offset open space. And these are the numbers that would, these are the square footages that would be required, right? So nothing here is 200 square feet. These are the square footages. And then these are the offset payments.
So that, Dave, gives the developer a little bit of flexibility that maybe they don't provide all the open space on site, but they provide some and then provide others with a payment in lieu of, right? So, but
Yeah.
in total, it's a big, you know,
Big
it's
chunk.
a bigger chunk of change.
Yeah, I see that. I also see with there's so many different moving parts in this zoning of setbacks that can be here or can be there, and waivers and this and that, and tiers, it's complicated, right? It's a complicated bylaw, and that they're going to work out a way that, oh, I'm only sacrificing 150 square feet here, so here's 10 grand, I'm all set. And the point is, you're stuck, because if it does work out that that's what they do to you, sorry to put it that way, but that's what they try to do, then you're left with this hard number in the bylaw that you're stuck with, as opposed to the flexibility which is present in many other places of the bylaw to say, you know what, we're going to know it when we see it, that you've actually done an open space, or you've actually done something in kind somewhere else that's meaningful. We're going to know it when we see it, because this is what we do.
I don't think, if I can cut you off for a second to ask Julie a question, I don't think that we're allowed in Massachusetts to require offsite or even engage in offsite compensation.
Okay, well, fair enough.
Right? Am I right, Julie? I could be wrong, but I thought that was one of the limitations in Massachusetts.
Yeah, I think you're right, John. I think something like payment in lieu is like, it's you're paying
That's
for an
happening.
on-site provision that you can't meet. It's not a impact fee. It's not a development fee. It's not an off-site improvement.
Right. We would love, Dave, I would love if we could get developers to pay, contribute specifically to, like, oh, you can't do a park here, buy this piece of property and do a park over there. You can't do that. In some states you can.
Okay.
You
Well,
can't do that in Massachusetts.
All right.
Which is
worry
why
you're
we
gonna
go back to the payment in lieu.
Yeah.
So
you're going to get people nickel and diming you somehow and getting around things because there's this small number that seems big. Yeah.
We should say that number also, CPDC was wise to add that it would be indexed to inflation. Right?
That's true. The wisdom is hereby acknowledged and stipulated. The index to inflation is great. It's still, You mean small, as we've been saying, you know, and you've also been saying, little spaces can make a big difference. Like even just that little spot that we were talking about in front of the shoot project, you know, if it's 200 square feet bigger, it's like a big deal. And again, 15 grand is like, what is that? 5 months rent for them for one of their 30 units. I mean, it's nothing.
It buys
So-
a lot of trees.
Well, okay. I mean, 15 grand is not a lot of money in the context of what a $5 or $10 million development that's
But
getting.
we just
But
showed.
I don't know
we
where
just
you're
showed you
getting
that
15 grand. We're
isn't.
getting 150 grand, Dave.
Okay, but did I?
You're
miss
missing a
something?
part. The
I know.
part is 50 square feet per excess unit. It's not the open space.
Okay, well then I've misunderstood. I have misunderstood this then. Okay,
So
it's not literally a 1-for-1. Like I'm not going to give the 200 square foot park. Here's 15 grand. It's a number of square feet per unit.
no, the CPDC decided to do a percentage of lot area requirement.
Okay.
So
based on the tiers.
Okay.
almost
You know
like the
what?
50,
I take your word
almost-
for it. I think I don't understand this then. And
almost like the 15%, right? 85%, right? The difference between the lot coverage and the 85% lot coverage, right? There's 15% lot area that we would require in open space or payment in lieu of.
okay, I think I guess I didn't understand this. I think I still have to sleep on it and understand it, but I clearly did not understand what this meant. And that's the takeaway, right? I didn't get it. It's fine. That's right.
If you
I didn't
stare at the
understand.
chart, you'll get it if you stare at the chart. But basically, we looked at a bunch of different factors. Some
Right.
of the very small projects were being penalized seemingly more than the larger projects. And so
Yeah.
up on that last one.
Okay.
Right. We
All
want to
right.
get more out of the bigger projects.
Yes, you do.
Right.
Okay, so yeah, moving on. So yeah, this just comes back to the top level point, which is put an explicit cap in the bylaw. And I just think it's gonna save you a lot of time. It's gonna achieve a lot of the goals that everybody's been talking about. Just cap it at 60. You have 65 now, cap it at 65, and we would argue to cap it at 60 instead of 65. Make tier 3 41 to 60 and call it a day. And then say no project shall be more than 60 an acre. That would be, seems to me like that's kind of the simplest way to get at all of these things. Then it unlocks the parking, it unlocks the open space, it unlocks the excessive massing. You know, and I was thinking about your comment, John, about creating affordable housing, and I'm all for it. You know, I own a 2-family house, and there's very few places in town where most of the town is single family, and you're not allowed to do more than 1 unit housing. So there's a bigger conversation to have about how to create affordable housing. So any case, I think that was it, right? I think that's what we had. We tried to keep it tight here.
There was one thing I skipped over to come down to
Okay.
this section that I noticed. Hold on a second. Let me just.
Oh
I
yeah.
added a couple of things actually.
Oh yeah, sorry. Thank you for letting me inflict this on you guys for the 2 minutes. But I think I remember Nick saying, like, why are we doing energy efficiency for density? And maybe I'm misquoting Nick, but I do agree that it doesn't have a place in give you more density if you have quote unquote high building performance. And, you know, it just seems like it doesn't belong in the bylaw. It's nice. They're going to do it anyway. There's many incentives. This is from what I know on my own board service. There's a lot of incentives. They're getting better and better. They will get only better as time goes on. You know, if you were saying LEED platinum or something like that, but I just think you should delete this and not let them distract with, oh, I have high performance building. And then trying to parse what that means and then enforce that as they build it, and who's judging that, who's rating that, who's following up on it later. So yeah, I would just, you know, delete it. It seems like kind of it makes it too easy for them to just say, oh, I'm doing this, therefore give me an extra X units. So up higher.
There was another thing too.
There was.
I'm pretty sure.
I don't know where you guys came out on that, but it's in there. I don't know why, but just makes it more complicated. And
here,
Oh, yes. So this was just out of the, now we know, and the other thing that a bunch of us sent you, which was, by the way, just a collection of a lot of ideas. It wasn't necessarily all supposed to cohere. But the one piece was on the parking was, even if you don't touch much of this, the cap of compact spaces at 33 per the park feedback, I'm not on the park, was that was too much. There's been some issues to cap the compact spaces at 20% instead of 33. So that doesn't seem like it's too harsh on them, but it might save some of these types of problems that like you had at Postmark, and without it being too onerous or horrible. Now, a few of these are so simple, it seems like if you agreed or could see a way around it, you could incorporate them, and like you did the 8 units, which by the way, I applaud that change because we want affordable housing. So I'm glad you're doing that 8 units from 12. So thank you for doing that.
Thank you, Dave. We appreciate your comments.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay.
You should just know what the process is from here. Like, are you?
That's what I was going to ask Julie.
Yeah.
So let's find out.
Yeah, I mean, also right now, like you need to discuss those ideas, right? But tonight is the night that you actually need to close the hearing. Town council needs to spend the rest of the month actually reviewing the warrant in its more final stages before the select board can vote to close it on March 1st. So, yeah, that's the process.
So that means we need to go through each of Dave Talbot's and whoever provided these comments and questions, go through each one of them and either accept or reject. Is that correct?
Yeah, sure. And then I see John Barnes has his hand raised. I don't know if it was still there.
I think it was still up.
No, just one very quick comment, and I'm sure it's just an oversight. I'm sorry, but I think Dave was just working off of a different version. In the section where I included the transitional area definition, the section that's in Dave's version doesn't include my language. So I just wanted to point that out. I'm assuming the one you're working off of, Julie, does have the correct language. In that number 3, I changed that to say is within 150 feet of a lot.
Yeah,
rather than saying is directly abutting.
I think CPDC took it out last time.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe they did. I'm sorry then if they did.
I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Let me just see here.
Yeah, because that's the entire downtown, that's the entire district.
Yeah, so here's the language they agreed on last time.
Okay, if that's the case, then that doesn't include my change. So for what it's worth, but in any event, thank you.
So should we go through Dave's comments?
Yep.
Okay, let me just pull that one back up. Where do you want me to start?
Is there anything up above this?
Let me see, I'm at the top. So I think there was something.
Yep, there was.
His initial comments about adding in a cap. We're at the top here.
I think we discussed.
Dave, I think
the
the board is going to go ahead and discuss each of your points here.
Apologies.
Thank you.
I know that the capping at 60 per acre was also inserted lower down in the bylaw. I'll lay it out there that I'm actually not keen on capping it at 60 per acre. I really respect the suggestion. My reason is I'm looking back at somewhere up in here. I'm looking back at the numbers from the projects that we've had so far. And we've had one that I'm actually pretty happy with how it turned out at 63 units per acre. That one on Woburn Street was 63 units per acre. I know it was able to fit in the parking because of the slope and everything. And I would like to give ourselves the flexibility for good projects that are that fit into some really small places, but might be able to accommodate a lot of what we want. I mean, that same one had 2,900 square feet of commercial 2,900 square feet of commercial space. It had a lot of what I actually liked seeing in the end. So I respect the suggestion, but I wouldn't support that.
Okay. Should we vote on each of these in turn, Julie, or you're muted?
If you just all want to give me an indication of yay or nay, and maybe other people want to chime in as well.
I suggest keeping it at 65 for the
I'm-
reasons that Heather just described.
I'm sorry, my headphones ran out of batteries. Did you, surprise, surprise, did anyone mention anything about establishing the cap? Because I think that's where we were, but we just weren't explicit about it.
That's right. I think we were implying that, and the other piece of this is suggesting that we are explicit about the cap. And here's a question: I mean, if we establish a cap, somebody can still seek a waiver for it. So, right? So, so we set a cap, and just kind of becomes a starker and clearer discussion point potentially.
I'm in agreement of being explicit about the cap. I'm also with you, Heather, about the 65. Because we did see that, you know, that difference, and that was good.
Yeah.
Anybody else on the line want to comment? Nick, Tony?
Yep, I think 65 cap works.
Okay.
So where in the bylaw do you think we'll have to figure out the appropriate place for that? And
it goes further
maybe it's
down.
below. Yeah.
Yeah, it does go further down.
Okay, so let's just go through the rest of the
You
stuff.
can, okay. If you wanted to add a comment back where he was.
So here, this is a separate document. I'm going to edit our document after I know what your thoughts are on this. So he wants to add transformer pads and meter banks to the definition of lot coverage.
I once again, I say we need to keep the definitions consistent between the sections of the bylaw. So whatever we have in section 2 is what we need to live with at this point.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
And these specific elements are just things that we really need to keep better track of. And I think we've been doing a better job of keeping track of transformers for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Meters, postmark was a miss maybe, but we caught it on Chronicle.
Chronicle, yeah. All right.
Okay.
Moving on.
Right. But up a little bit further.
You skipped over section.
Skipped over one up a little bit.
He
just said good
he
definition.
complimented you. He complimented you.
Okay.
Well, we can't linger on that.
Sorry, I mean,
we've got one thumbs up. Okay.
All right, now I'm being too fast for you guys.
Okay, transitional area.
So this
Good
is,
definition.
we said good definition to this.
Okay.
And then this definition right here, unreasonably impaired, directly matches the definition of unreasonably impaired that's in the 40R statute. I don't know if
I don't think we can detract from
change
that.
it, but it's, if you wanted to, we like all of this gets reviewed by DHCD and they can accept or reject it. So
And this is not on a project by project basis. This is against the entire against sections of the bylaw.
Right.
And don't we have the right to do this anyhow? And is this just making it explicit for casual readers?
So you had talked about the requirement for financials and pro formas maybe being listed on like the application. That's at least my memory of where we left off with that. Let me see my notes. Yeah, what I wrote down is any project that's seeking a waiver needs to know in the application process that you may be asking for financial information.
Excellent. That works.
You think that's good?
I think that's fine. Diminishes the economic feasibility. I think that's fine. What?
You think it's good enough to have it as an application requirement if waivers are sought? Or did you actually want the language here in the zoning?
I think if it's in the application, that's sufficient.
Good idea to deviate from DHCD's definition on this.
Say again, Katrina?
Like we should deviate from DHCD's definition here.
You don't think, or you do think?
Don't think we should.
Don't think.
We shouldn't, and really, do we even have, once again, anywhere else that unreasonably impairs, restricts, whatever, is referenced to the zoning bylaw?
Julie, I think that's a question for you.
Yeah, I didn't quite catch that, Tony. Can you ask again?
Do we have any section of the 40R bylaw that references unreasonably impairs or unreasonably unduly restrictive?
I don't know off the top of my head, but it
That's
really,
what started DHCD's language, isn't it?
yeah.
It's DHCD's language. It applies to the entire bylaw. But if somebody comes to us and says, well, I can't make it work without 30 units per acre, it has no impact on us. There is no criteria for an economic impact for waivers or for any other part of the bylaw.
I see what you're saying. You're saying it's not something that you take into consideration.
Correct.
Bylaw.
The next point, when a developer comes to us and goes, well, I really need it to make it work. It's like, okay, well, for us to consider it, you better be able to prove it. But really, we want you to consider these other things as well.
Okay. So do not include this language right here.
Do not include that language and make it mimic the DHCDs.
Okay. All right.
Okay. I agree with the 85% maximum lot coverage number.
I do not.
You think it's should be less?
I think that we are squeezing and pushing at every location. And I think that's another one that will, if the goal is to have no development, then we put that in there. I think that developers will be able to sort of work with the flexibility that we're giving them, but a hard lot coverage thing like that, I think that's a sign that says, go elsewhere. Maybe that's what folks want, but that's my take. I think we get there. I think we get at the same thing, but I think we need to provide some additional flexibility that maybe they're at 87, but they provide everything else that we're looking for. They provide a fantastic, all this, a nice, really nice garden that has seats in it, but it's not that big, but it has, it's great. It's a great public space. And they end up at 89% lot coverage.
Yeah, and the way that the tiers are set up, most projects are going to be in that higher tier if the trend continues as it has done. So with the projects approved so far, where you're at, one of the criterias for that tier is 15% open space, which is not always, but somewhat the inverse of this maximum lot coverage, but it just has more flexibility because it's part of the tiered waiver component.
Yeah, we're kind of giving guidance on what to do with that excess 15% rather than just, tucking it in from, I don't know, a place that we might not care about.
Right.
For example.
So John, what's your suggestion? Do we just take this line item out?
Yeah, we didn't have it before, right?
It was not applicable, I think.
Yeah.
NA.
Like, so we'd leave it, but it would say NA, like if we're not changing it.
But that's my take. You all can have something else.
I agree with that. And my reason is not out of disagreement with the concept, but because I think we've addressed kind of that, what to do with the 15% that wouldn't be covered through our tiered approach to incentives, and then finally through that payment if it doesn't get there for open space. And it can happen in so many different ways now.
Okay.
It's a better way than I said it.
Well, but you said it also, where also
Yeah.
I don't want to have developers come to us and say, okay, I got my 85% if just because we've set that. Now I'm going to say it worse than you said, just because we've set that target. I want it to be meaningful and, actually be contributing to all of these other elements that we've worked in through the waiver process.
May I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Thank you. Let's keep it brief. Given the discussion, could you at least set it at 90? It's hard to understand how you'd have a 30-foot combined setback and all these other provisions and still have a project that would be more than 90% of the lot coverage. It's worrisome that you could maybe go through this whole process and still have something covering more than 90% of a lot. So from the perspective of the peanut gallery here, how could it be that you'd have all these other provisions and still have a 96% lot coverage or whatever? So could you set it at 90 just to have this guarantee that there's 10% doing something else? And you've already let them have asphalt and driveways as part of that. So how hard could that be? How bad could 90% be? That's all.
But wouldn't you, I'm coming from the perspective of, wouldn't you rather be in a negotiation point where you can choose what that 15 or 20% is, than them coming back and saying, yep, I met the 90%, here's your asphalt, right? Because take a look at the poster child, right? Which is 30 Haven, and they're 85%. That's not right. That's not what you're looking for.
You're correct.
So,
and Nick,
so I would rather focus. I think we're better off focusing on getting the pieces that we want than the flat numbers.
Yeah,
That's
no,
my take.
agreed. And
Yeah.
but you made the statement that if you put 85, it will stop all development. And but then you just said that 30 Haven is 85%, and that's like
no, it's a signal, right? We send this whole document, everything that we put out are signals to developers of, is Reading willing to work with them? And the more hard lines we establish, the more they see as, no, they're rigid. And I think that's one of those things. My take is that's one of those things where we provide a lot of flexibility. We won't get down. If someone complies with everything, they're going to have more than, or they're going to have less than 85% lot coverage, right? But we're not drawing that that line in the sand. And that's the way that I see it. So,
Okay.
Good point.
It's just worrisome that you won't even set 90, that you think there might be projects that are actually more than 90.
No, I don't. They can't get to 90.
Then why is 90 bad? Then I'll leave it there. Sorry. What's wrong with 90?
I think what I'm hearing is I don't hear anybody saying that anything is conceptually wrong with 85 or 90. It's more the way we express it in the bylaw of saying, okay, you know, there's the difference of saying, okay, here's the maximum 85, having a developer come to us and say, well, I don't need to, you know, pushing on all the things that we really want, because they can check off and say, well, I'm no more than 85, and now I'm just going to repeat what John said. But if the 85% lot coverage, or if the 15% of non-lot coverage just includes asphalt or corners of buildings that weren't working out anyhow, that's not getting us what we want. You know, I myself, I'm not saying that conceptually I'm against the 85%. I'm saying that what I am for is that 15% that is not covered, and working through all of the other mechanisms, and they are complex, that we set up to get that at least 15% to be really what we want through all of these other mechanisms. And I will say, and leaving some flexibility for design rather than just carve outs.
And I hope you guys are always on the CPDC to make those things happen.
We will be. Okay, Julie.
I did want to point out you have another hand raised.
Who's
John.
Jonathan? Jonathan?
I just wanted to ask, if you had 85 feet or any number in there, wouldn't it be possible for a developer to ask for a waiver from that?
Sure.
So what's the harm in having it? I mean, they ask for waivers for everything already. What's the harm in putting it in there? And if they don't, they can ask for a waiver. Thank you.
Katrina, did you have a comment? No?
I already made my comment.
Okay. All right, Julie. I think we change that back to NA just so we don't discourage development.
Okay.
And we whittled them down based on everything else that we've put in place.
And then John explained the situation here and the question Dave had here. And so do we agree just want to keep this the way it was worded?
Setbacks no greater than 30 feet. Is that the?
I'm wondering if what's intended here, my language may not be quite right yet, but on this, I'm wondering if what we're talking about is basically the abutting setbacks may be further increased to be no greater than 30 feet, because we've got above, we've got a total minimum setback from one or more lines. That can be the front, that could be a side. And I think what's meant in this footnote is the setbacks from abutters, as opposed to including the front also. I mean, I give our term, but 30 feet is a lot in the front, but again, we're striving for design and flexibility, right?
And that's the key. The first one is just for the front facade. So you're saying you can't put that front facade back more than 30 feet. The front is facing a transitional area.
No, I don't think that's what
I
it's
don't
saying,
think that's
though.
what John meant. It is, you're right, it is oddly located and it probably needs to be clarified.
Well, that's what it says right in the front. Design standards for front facade setback.
Yeah.
Right. But I think that was how we put it in here. That's probably not what John intended, but he can clarify that.
Yeah, I had initially intended to put it in footnote 2, which deals with the abutting the residential. So yes, that was my intention.
But so footnote 2 talks about step back requirements. But
no, it talks about setback, doesn't it? I mean, I know it references step back, but the wording in where footnote 2 is minimum side rear setback abutting a residential zone. And then in the actual footnote, it does reference step backs, which is why I originally put
Oh.
both my comments in footnote 2. But that
Okay.
was my intent. And, you know, if there's a better way to do it, then by all means, I'm in favor of it.
Oh, but so you meant for both of these paragraphs to be with footnote 2.
Yes, in my original
Okay.
version, I put them both under footnote 2, and that I know even that's a little confusing because in reference to district areas or historical areas, they aren't necessarily. So it is a little confusing, but my intention was, Heather's exactly right, and I appreciate that, was to get at the areas abutting the residentials.
Okay, we'll move those down. And then I guess the question would be for CPDC, do we keep the language the way it was? The way John had the way you had settled on it last time.
I have no objection to that at all.
Let me go to the other one and just do it real quick. So that was my mistake that I put that up there.
So do those notes actually belong in the design standards or in the zoning?
I didn't, I'm sorry, I didn't want to get at it because you're not addressing it, but Tony, I was making the same suggestion in your design standards, and I strongly encourage you to take a look at them when you can. But I think I thought it should be in both. Thank you.
Okay, Julie, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm back to Dave's suggestions. So let me just scroll down. You guys want to talk about this one?
Parking spaces. Tony, you're the expert on parking spaces. Is this the minimum requirement for parking spaces?
I'm sorry, I'm only the expert on the number of parking spaces, not the sizes.
Oh, I thought you were.
Julie, in the collection of the data from the existing developments, did you have any information about the difference in use between compact and regular spaces?
I do. So, but it's so most of the projects where you've allowed compact, you've allowed up to 33%. And
Right.
utilization, like for the rental projects, that's really like they can move them around based on who's renting, and it was really more of a self-selecting situation. I think the ownership projects, there's only one that has compact spaces that I'm aware of, and that's the one with the other problems. So it's, and then I do believe Katrina commented last time that there was an MAPC like study report finding something like that shows that like up to 33% of compact spaces in a garage is about the right amount to have.
Yeah, that's correct. I found from the MAPC resource.
So this changed to 20%?
I mean, this is up to 33. It's not saying they have to provide 33. And it's also, we felt like the project was too tight with the amount of compact spaces provided and the circulation. You could ask for fewer.
Yeah, but we know anything we put in there, that's what the developer's gonna aim at.
Right.
I don't mind putting less. I think 33 is probably on the high side. What will likely happen, right? What will likely happen is that there will be we need to be more vigilant in the circulation and the right aisle width, turning radiuses, right? The space isn't going to come out of thin air, right? They're gonna squeeze down on in other stuff. So I'd rather give less in parking space size than in circulation, but
Katrina, have you had
either way?
Yeah, Katrina, have you had any comments on any of the parking considerations and where there are problems?
I have no problem with the 33% here.
Okay.
Parking consideration, but it sounds like it's working well for resident rental properties. So I'm inclined to stick with it, but.
Okay. Then we'll stick with the up to 33%.
Well, I mean, we did hear like two just completely different views. So let's hear from more people.
Okay. Jonathan, Dave,
Not to pit y'all against each other, but
no, that's fine.
Decision time.
I guess I could go either way. I do get uncomfortable when I'm seeing consistently, I guess it is, up to 33 spaces for compact cars, and it's more through kind of lived experience that sometimes you think you have a compact car and you don't, and compact car slots are really difficult to get in and out of. And if we allowed only up to 20%, I would be fine with that. I also hear what's been said about, okay, well, the space is going to come from somewhere else. I mean, all of these parking lots seem like they're really, really tight. So I'm really not helpful. I'm going to stop talking because I could go either way.
I'll say, right, I have a hard time thinking that, in programming space, that I'm advocating for more space for parked cars, right? Which is what this is. Of all the useless space to, in our entire town, right? It's where cars park, right? So, I have a hard time thinking that, oh yeah, it's a good idea to give more space to park cars, but 33% is a lot. So, maybe that's fine that it's less.
Yeah, and I'm one who's
against.
also constantly saying this is too much space for a parking lot. But I've also tried to get in and out of compact car spots an awful lot, sometimes in a compact car, and it's tough. So I'm also thinking about kind of it's not really equity, I suppose, but I'm thinking about kind of just setting up residents to have an easy time of living when they get in their places.
What if you did 25%?
I was going to suggest that.
Meet in the middle.
Split the difference.
That sound good to you guys?
Sure.
25 sounds good.
Katrina, sound okay to you? Okay. And if they really want more and have a good justification and really wide aisles, they can get a waiver.
True.
Maybe. They'd ask for a waiver. You guys decide if they get it or not. Okay.
All right. You're keeping notes on all these things?
Yes, I am.
Good for
Better
you.
believe it. Okay. Let's see where we're going. Okay, here we are, energy efficiency.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's crossed out already.
No, this is
Oh, I'm
Dave's
sorry.
suggestion.
Yeah, that's his comment relative
All
to
right.
it.
I got confused with the other stuff that was crossed out at the top.
Can you remind me how we actually address this in the waivers? My perspective is I still like signaling for this. And if it's addressed in a more meaningful way, I think the check is, do we address it in a meaningful way in the waivers, or is it something that becomes more like, yeah, this is clearly something you should be doing?
This isn't, you know what, let me show you the other document easier. It's midnight.
Yes, it is.
I hear the bells ringing.
For some of you, for others of us, it's only 9 o'clock.
Nice. Sorry to ruin your business trip or whatever. All right, let's see. Where are we? Waivers. And then, yeah, so it's in tier 3, I think. Yeah, building performance. It's the same language as above. It's just put in as a requirement that could be met for tier 3 density.
Well, I think there's going to be a move in the state towards more efficiency in buildings, more electric cars. All of those things are going to happen. So I think this is a good time to start.
But wasn't the point, right? Isn't the point here that it's happening, and why in this context should we be giving a bonus for something that they're likely getting bonuses from, because that's the good way of doing business,
Well, that's a good point.
right?
Yeah,
I mean,
think our
isn't
point
that,
was that,
Go ahead, Nick.
yeah, I think our point was just that if they were going to be picking 1 or 2 of these, that by in and of itself was just not sufficient reason to increase density.
Right.
You know, we could remove it altogether. It's just that as a goal, sustainability is a nice thing to have in the zoning.
I think so.
Does the heading say? Does it say pick and choose any of these, or is it all of these?
This is tier 3. It says provide at least 2 additional from
Yeah,
categories
then
not
I wouldn't have that in here if they're going to pick 2, then and they pick that one, which is something they're going to do anyways, and we're not really.
Well, the thing is that it's 2 additional from categories not chosen. So like by the time they get to tier 3, they've already chosen 2 categories, and they're not all overlapping, but they may have already done open space, commercial, like, you know, I don't know.
I don't want to rewrite this hour, but even LEED has things like prerequisites, right? So before you can earn the credit that you're going after, sometimes are minimum requirements. Water efficiency, for example, you already have to be a certain percentage better than baseline before you can even qualify for the extra point that you're trying to get.
Right.
And so potentially building performance is one of those prerequisites, like your building must do this. And then you pick 2 of these.
So put building performance up in an earlier level.
It's just a prerequisite, maybe in all of the levels.
Prerequisite in all of them.
Again, I don't know if I want to rewrite this hour. Think it through, but it just seems like John said, it's something they're doing. They're going to get Energy Star credits, and they're going to get rebates, right, for appliances, and they're going to get better, you know, people interested in the units because they're more efficient and all of that too.
I see Dave Talbot's hand is raised.
Yeah, just quickly, it also didn't seem like it was defined. Like if it said LEED Platinum, but I don't know what, you know, who defines net zero or passive house standards. Like it's not footnoted as to what those exact standards are and how they're different.
Passive house is passive house, and okay. LEED. I'm a LEED accredited professional, but I'm not a big proponent of LEED because I don't believe in just that one standard, right? There's green globes, there's There's the Zaffno stuff that came out of Harvard. There's all kinds of things you could look for.
As long as it's defined, because they're not just saying, oh, they're waving their hands and saying, oh, I have high performance building, and like, well, how is that defined, and how are they documenting that, and how are you enforcing that, you know, through the building? Because you're just giving an approval and then they're building something, but what they build, who knows how much insulation or whatever is going in there. So that's, how do you police that? I don't know. So
But I think we'll know if they have solar panels on the roof.
yeah, but solar panels are already economical. Solar panels, and that's not what this is saying. This isn't saying solar panels, it's saying energy efficiency, which is good. And it should be a prerequisite for all tiers and not an option. It should just be, I think you should just move it up and have it be a requirement for all the tiers. And then they have to give these other things and not use this one as a bargaining chip. That's just my opinion.
You know, I'm also not inclined to rewrite this at this late hour, but since we were writing this in the first place at the late hour, here we are. There's something that's always has kind of bugged me about this. If you scroll back down, we say that where did it go? Building performance, that increases energy efficiency and minimizes utility maintenance costs to end users. We've never said relative to what. So it increases relative to what? You know, if it's a redevelopment of a building, anything that you build new is probably going to increase the energy efficiency relative to what was there before, or is it relative to, you know, whatever the baseline is required by code? Do we want to be seeing them do more than they're required to do otherwise? Is that it? And how does that get expressed in bylaw language? We want something more than business as usual, right?
We do.
I like the idea of taking it out of the tiers, because I think what we're all coming to is it's probably more detrimental being in the tiers. I'm with Dave and Nick that making it a prerequisite at any level may be great, may be a good idea, but right, the language would need to be a little tighter than it is now, and you know, no one's doing that at 12:08 a.m.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the one thing we often do with our projects is we say that they'll be designed to meet LEED certification standards rather than actually pursuing the certificate, which costs a lot of money to do and tedious.
Yeah.
So we could do that. It already says net zero or passive house standards. Those are pretty strict standards out there.
Yep.
So then do we, like, are they giving us their checklists, and is that what going to be part of your hearing where they explain?
Yeah, they could do the checklist, or you could say designed to LEED, designed to meet LEED certified standards or the equivalent, right? Which lets them go after things like Energy Star or Green Globes or some of the other residential things that are out there.
Where do you want me to add that language?
Let's see, high performance buildings. And somebody else might have brought this up. It actually might have been Poling or architects, but basically the mass energy code is already stricter than a lot of other energy codes. So that line's pretty good.
A level of LEED that you would recommend that?
I always it's like the minimum certified, because you can chase points that don't mean anything, right? Adding a bike rack used to get you points. I don't think it does it anymore. You have to prove a little more than that. But you could throw a bike rack in, no one used it, and you got a point for it. And what's the point of that, right? You want real strategies. So we could say high performance building design that exceeds minimum energy code baseline.
Say it again.
That exceeds minimum energy code baseline, comma, is designed to Designed to LEED certified standard. That's the baseline. Or equivalent.
And didn't you meet, it's designed to meet LEED certified standards?
Yeah, well, you're designing to that standard.
Yeah, okay, all right.
I mean, maybe you have to say or after the energy code baseline. Or is designed to energy code standard or equivalent rating system.
It's good.
I don't think he's done yet.
Nope, I know.
Are you done, Nick, or?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. So then take the rest of this out.
Take that whole paragraph and say that, you know, prerequisite, just call it a prerequisite.
You want me to leave the rest of the text in here?
Oh, yeah, the rest of it's pretty good too.
Yeah.
Okay. And then put it in, because up top, there's a section of things that have to happen. Up here. So we'll add it in here. Maybe.
Yep.
Yeah.
We'll work on it tomorrow. I'll highlight it, figure out like. But yeah.
Yep,
there it
I think
is.
that's good.
Now it's in there. And so that means you would want to keep it as an objective, and maybe should I change this language to match as well? Well,
yeah, you'll need to.
It's a little bit of a different section. It's more about goals than like specifics.
You could probably leave it like that as the goal because we get more specific in what's required.
Right.
Well, the last half of the specifics is your goals to decrease the cost for the user and so on and so forth.
Mhm.
Also, tier 3, you'll probably want to change that from 2 to 1 for the requirements.
So just have them pick one from this tier.
I don't think it's possible to pick 2 additional from categories not chosen under tier 1 or tier 2.
Yeah. Okay. So let me just go back and make sure I didn't miss anything else from Dave's. Oh, the cap. Where you had decided that you wanted to add a cap. So I think we should do it.
Right. We could, so there's that. In no case will a project be larger, needs to be larger than, and
Where is it, Heather?
you were just on it and it was in blue and then it went
So
away.
I just went to date. I went to the one that we're actually editing.
Okay.
Go to the section where it says that you will not waive affordability.
Well, right here, right? Oh, however, right? It says, however, a request for a waiver for density in excess of 20 units per acre shall be considered up to a maximum of 65 units or something, if providing cumulatively the following.
I think I would need to put it here.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that works.
That seem right? Okay, I'm just gonna highlight that so town council knows I added it. Cool. Let me go back. Oops. See if there's anything else in here. That's everything.
That's the end.
Okay. And so we're not quite at the end yet though. Oops, I didn't mean to stop the whole screen share. So the one thing I didn't do yet is change the parking space section. Real quick for you.
Which, the compact space?
Yeah, I didn't change it. Did I already go past it? No. All right, where is it? There it is. Okay. 25. Okay.
Yep.
And then there was one other thing I wanted to talk about with you guys.
Yes.
And it's a little complicated, and like Andrew and I are putting together some documentation to discuss on your meeting on the 28th, but basically, I think last year around this time, new legislation was passed to Chapter 40A, right, the zoning Act, that established some guidelines around like the how multifamily housing is defined and the need for more multifamily housing in the Commonwealth. So recently, they've come out with some guidelines around how towns are to comply with one section, which is called the MBTA communities like guidelines. So communities that have any kind of level of MBTA service, as well as communities adjacent to towns that have MBTA service, have to have all been divided up into different categories based on the most prominent service level, it's a little awkward because for a lot of reasons, but anyway, so there's like subway or T communities, there's bus service communities, there's commuter rail, and then there's like the adjacent towns that don't have anything within their boundaries, but still have to provide some sort of zoning provisions. And then there's a requirement for a certain size zoning district within a certain radius of that station or bus station or bus stop or whatever, that allows for multifamily units by right at a certain density level. So that's sort of like the very quick and dirty version. All towns right now are trying to figure out how to comply. When I forget when it was, a bunch of months ago, when they came out with like the initial sort of parameters, we looked at it and we were like, oh yeah, we could easily comply with those. Then they released like more specific guidance. And we were like, wow, we don't comply. So we're trying to figure out how to comply. We have a 40R district that's within half a mile of our train. That's almost the right amount of acres, right? They require like a 50-acre district, and ours is 48 point something. But the one sort of gating issue, as I see it, like right now, is that Chapter 40A defines multifamily as 3 units or more, and Chapter 40R defines it as 4 units or more. So we're required to have a district within the certain proximity of the train that allows 3 units or more by right, and our district is 4 units or more. Or sorry, for multifamily is 4 units or more. And so as it stands right now, like our entire district wouldn't be able to count towards compliance with the MBTA communities guidance. So the initial feedback that I got was the MBTA communities guidance is more likely to change theirs than 40R would be to change. Then I was told by the state people that are working on MBTA communities guidance on a call last week that no, they're not changing theirs at all. 40R is the outlier. So what I was wondering is if we should propose with all these changes and see if DHCD and the 40R division of DHCD will allow us to have a different definition than the statute in our 40R bylaw for multifamily. Since we're going to them with all these other changes right now.
So
And
just a clarifying question. I just want to make sure I've got it straight. So 40R requires, the MBTA law requires a higher density than 40R, right? So is it MBTA requires 4 units?
No, so it's not really about density, right? Like this is also like the completely mind-blowing thing. It's like we're talking about whether multifamily is 3 units or more or 4 units or more, when really we should probably be talking more about density. And the density.
It's more about the definition. Okay.
So the reason we don't comply, at least one gating issue reason that I see that we won't be able to count our district, and the state has confirmed that that's my understanding is accurate, is because of the definition of multifamily. The other piece is the density that we need to have in the district, and 20 units per acre, which is what we have in 40R, is ostensibly fine. That's what they require, a district that's 15 units per acre or 20 units per acre, depending on whether we're a bus service community or a commuter rail service community. We've been incorrectly identified as a bus service community, so I'm like working on that as well. But lots of problems. Our 40R district base density is compliant. Whether we're a bus service community or a commuter rail community. Then the other piece is that we need to figure out how we can generate a certain amount more units within that district, right? So then we have to take the available land area, multiply it by that minimum density that's required, and try to come out with like this calculation for accommodating almost 2,000 more units. So there's a few pieces, and Andrew and I really need to like sit down and try to figure it out and come up with some strategies, and then have some bigger conversations with you about what might make sense. But one of the things, just for right now, since we're submitting this to we've already submitted it to DHCD, but I'll send them a revised version tomorrow, is like just ask the question, can we change this definition? So if that were something that you wanted to do and could get our district to count towards this, we maybe can just get it done. So
my first thought is, how come a 2-family is not included in that definition? I think we comply. I know it's considered a multifamily.
No. Different code and everything. Yeah.
So I'll say, I would be supportive of trying to do that, right? Because from a density perspective, it's irrelevant whether it's a 3-family or 4-family, and our sort of our development pattern, it doesn't matter anyways, right? I mean, how many the difference in what we will likely get in town if we define it as a 3-family, as multifamily versus a 4-family is not going to change. We're not seeing like a whole lot of, no one's building a lot of 3-family homes in Reading, right?
I think the Chapin Avenue was the only one in recent years.
Right.
That was it.
Like, so to me, it's a sort of a more of a, for in the Reading context, right? It's more, it's more of a bureaucratic definition thing. I think the interesting thing, and Pam, you reacted, but the amount of the possibility of generating that much more, close to 2,000 additional units within the area, that's enormous.
Yeah. And I don't think we've got enough buildable land to do that.
Is that right? I mean, it's 1990 or something like that, Julie?
Well, and that depends on like how we're defined, right? Because technically, if we're defined, like right now, they've they've identified us as a bus service community, even though technically the definition they provided of bus service community excludes communities with a commuter rail station. So like, which is would be a higher density, right? A 20 unit per acre. And then more units we'd have to produce, because what they do is they take our 2020 census number of housing units, and then we'd have to provide 20%. I think it's 20% more. No,
Bus communities have to get higher density. I'm just making sure I'm following you. Bus communities have to get a higher density than commuter rail communities.
I believe that's Andrew.
Yes.
Please correct me if I'm missing something or if I'm misstating something.
No, that's correct.
So then, if we're correctly identified as a commuter rail community, then 15 units per acre is the density we would need to target, and then we'd need to accommodate about 1,500 more units within.
Still, wow.
Right. That's my understanding of how it works, but still trying to figure out. I mean, there's like steps I'm trying to take, right? The first is like to get a district, like it seems like such a penalty that we're here till 12:30 p.m. talking about density and reviewing 40R projects, and we can't comply with this program. Our almost 50 acre downtown smart growth district, like right next to the train, can't get us to like comply with this.
We're the poster child of this whole system being broken, right?
And if we can't do it, if we can't get it to work, what town can? So, and it's really just this stupid definition problem that is like if the definition were corrected, then we could at least be having the conversation about, can we get the units in this district? Can we, and really what compliance does here is it like makes us eligible for MassWorks grants and housing choice grants and like all these things that like, in the theory we have gotten in the past and we would want to continue to be eligible for. So it's so tough.
Doesn't sound like it's worth it.
Yeah, there's been a lot of, is it worth it?
Yeah.
Like, going through my mind lately, but
I'll make a motion that you include that as a change to our definition, just in our submittal.
Yes, I would support that.
Okay. The other piece is that like we would need to make sure we're not creating any conflicts with any other language in the bylaw that talks about like I think John might have added some about 1, 2, and 3 family, and like just really understand like, are we potentially creating some conflicts there with some of that language? But we can do that down the road when we have a minute, and maybe we're not, like, I don't know.
Well, I know that 3 families were specifically excluded from the main zoning bylaw, especially when we redid the recodification back in 2008. Because they raised the question specifically, and they said, we don't want 3 families.
Well, so they're actually as we define multifamily in section 2 of the bylaw, it's 3 or more. So section 10.5, this smart growth district and this 40R program are like the outlier on multiple levels for us.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I know the 40R allows for not just multifamily, but also starter homes with lower acre, a bigger density, but single family and so forth. Does that also apply to the MBTA district?
So the MBTA communities guidance actually is very silent on 40R. So we're still working through it, and we're asking a lot of questions, and that can be one of them. But, I mean, they're really focusing on like density near transit, right? And I think they want more units, and so they don't necessarily want a lot of towns to be like, we already comply, right? So at least that's my read on it.
So would this board work to approve 40As?
Well,
So I'm just looking at the schedule now. And I don't know if we could eke out any more hours.
no, so 40A is a section of Mass General Law. It's the zoning act, basically. It sets parameters for almost everything we do. Like the legal ads, the notification to abutters, the zoning bylaw amendments, some definitions in zoning, what non-conforming uses are, so many things. So it's a little different than 40R, and like 40R is also a chapter of the statute, right? Of Mass General Law, which we have adopted locally into our bylaw. And then we get projects pursuant to chapter 40R. It's a little, and 40B is like a whole different thing. So yeah. All right, that's great. I will get this off to DHCD and Town Council again tomorrow.
Okay.
And also one thing you need to do though is vote to close the hearing. And you can, if you want to, vote tonight. I mean, I assume you want to do it tonight to put this on the warrant.
Okay, you ready for a motion, Pam?
Yes.
So I'll move to close the public hearing on the proposed zoning bylaw amendment for section 10.5 downtown smart growth district.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I need some help with the wording for the other one. Am I next moving to put our proposed zoning bylaw amendment for section 10.5 downtown smart growth district onto the warrant for Springtown meeting?
Yeah,
Yes.
sounds good.
Okay.
We have a second?
Katrina hasn't seconded anything yet.
No, she hasn't. You're silent. You want to go ahead?
Yep, I second it.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good work, people.
And then if you want to vote, you don't have to vote tonight, but if you want to vote to support it at town meeting, that's another step.
Oh, right. So we have the official position at town meeting. Are we ready to do
can
that, or
we-
do we need to see what that comes back?
You can
Yeah,
wait.
I was going to say, why don't we do that when we get the next version?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
So get that out to us and we can get our comments back to you, Julie.
And it's actually more about hearing what town
Okay.
council has to say.
Yeah.
Well, sure. Whenever you have a good draft. Do I hear a motion on the floor to close this meeting?
I move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Nice to see everybody.
Nice
Thanks
to
all.
see you.
Thank you.
Good
Good
night, you
work.
guys.